Okay, guys, we are here. I think Tommy forgot to message me that he ended the stream. Hello, everyone. If you are still here, if you are not, it's fine. Such is life. Um, but let's get into it. So, guys, today we are here joined by Miss Bella. Miss Bella, do you have any
Hello.
words for our audience?
Yeah, welcome everyone. I am super excited for today to see how the games go today. I think we have a bunch of interesting matches starting and already going.
Yeah, we have a few of the matches already going, and before we head in, I want to make sure that we can see what is happening today already. So let's quickly. We're here. So you guys can see who has made it through until now. We have the invited boys on the right side, while we have the females on the left side who have already qualified. Me and Bella being two of those, Nostramia and Lyra the other two. Now, for the rest of the day, what will determine who makes it through to the main event is going to be these playoffs. We started up today a little bit earlier to ensure that the Australians play at a normal human hour. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us go back to our beautiful faces and then hop into the game. So, our first game is going to be between Meowasis and my arch nemesis, Miss Deepshine. Or Mrs. Deepshine,
Deepshine.
actually. Yeah. I keep saying Miss, but I realize she's a very, very married woman and she knows what's up. Now, guys, I just need to make sure that the sound is working fine. And there we go. So, Bella, walk me through this matchup that we got here.
Okay, so we have the map Hiwendale, and Deepshine is spawned on the left, and she's playing in blue as the HRE, Holy Roman Empire, and on the other side we have Meowasis playing as the English in purple. And so far, I feel like the spawns are extremely similar. Like berries next to deer, gold in the back, the wood line in the front. It's looking pretty balanced, I would say.
What makes this a little bit different is that HRE has a prelate. Now, for any of you who play HRE, you know you need to just dive between these two to make sure that your villages are inspired, the villages are inspired over here, and this is a very short walking distance, which is really good for HRE. Now, Deepshine, she does take that initial risk of going on the deer, and I say initial risk, but on Hill and Dale, not a risk at all. The problem is you do use that initial wood you have, so you do need to change to a tree a little bit earlier so you don't get pop capped. But with your prelate inspiring, you should be able to do this without breaking a sweat. Now, Meowasis playing English. Now, English is not a civ that needs to go on the deer early on, but we see that king opening, and usually on Hill and Dale, which is a map that you can easily wall off, you can easily slow down the game, it doesn't really put you into a position where you got to where you gotta make sure that there is action happening too soon. All right, now.
One thing that I think it's interesting that I just noticed is that Deepshine didn't get survival techniques and went for the deer. And as you can see, HRE normally is one of the fastest civs to go to Feudal Age, but it didn't go so fast this time because she had the walking time to the deer, killing the deer, all that stuff. Plus, she didn't get that survival technique, so it didn't compensate for that walking time. So she took a little bit longer than usual, I would say.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah, especially with that just going out here. But the thing is, you do want to get the deer
Yeah,
early on because when
definitely.
the English starts harassing, and usually in HRE versus English, we do see longbows sometimes being the choice. This is going to be very important to keep your sheep under your TC and have that safe form of food. Right now, the prelate is inspiring in 3 different spots, and we see survival techniques coming out from English. Now, what's going to be really important here is that Meowasis tries to get these a little bit closer. She needs to make sure that these are moved, otherwise her villagers are going to need to run back and forth. We already see one of the deer carcasses all the way in China, so
Yeah.
it is going to cause a little bit of a delay. But with the Abbey of Kings being the age up of choice, I'm expecting to see a little bit of a fast castle, which is going to be quite difficult for her to maintain, knowing that Deepshine is such an aggressive player herself. So, on Deepshine's side, we do still see 3 on gold, so this might be a fast castle from Deepshine as well.
Yeah, I believe so, but we have 8 on wood and she's dropping her first barracks, so that's a lot of people on wood for a fast castle. And I think she's gonna start with some units, at least to secure that once she gets to castle, she can get some relics for herself.
And the reason she's dropping this barracks, and I think now we'll see what she decides. The fact that she hasn't queued up any of her upgrades tells me she wants to keep this gold, or she's just not sure what she wants to do just yet. Now, with the barracks being dropped, we're going to see Spearmen most likely to deal with that king that's coming out pretty early on in the game. We see the Spearmen upgrade being queued up, but the king is out on the map. The thing is, you can easily wall this off. Just like I said, you get to that late, or you force this game into the later stages a little bit easier than on other maps. And this is walled off with a very tiny wall. It's a very good investment. Now the first Spearman is coming out, and we see an archery range being dropped as well. And Deepshine, without wheelbarrow, without double broadaxe, she has a lot on wood to stay in feudal.
No eco upgrades at all, and now Meowasis is getting her wheelbarrow. And I think it's interesting that Meowasis just threw the archery range without even scouting the barracks, so she is already planning on going for lots of longbows and the king to do some harassment. The biggest problem here for Deepshine is that if she engages, she's gonna lose a lot of HP, depending on the number of units, of course. But for Meowasis, that's not such a big deal because she can just heal the units. So Deepshine wants to make sure that when she engages, she kills them.
Yeah, this is important for Deepshine to also just stay in the game in that way. She needs to make sure that her units are not taking damage because, like you said, the king just heals them up. This is something I've seen on ladder quite a few times, where people do the longbow king play. So they go in, they do some damage, they walk out and get healed back up. But we do see Deepshine committing a little bit more to feudal by going for wheelbarrow. So maybe she's decided, okay, I will stay here for longer. And with that double archery range drop, that's exactly what we're going to see. Now, what does make people a little bit spooked about playing against HRE is the fact that your units run way faster. So yes, English will be able to heal their units up, but HRE is able to catch them. And we see as well, this king is just trying to do damage, but he's not getting any damage just yet. Just a little bit of idle time, and pushed off the deer.
Yeah, and we can see that Meowasis is already rallying the longbows directly into Deepshine's base. She just has to watch out for Deepshine if she wants to cut the reinforcements. But apparently not. She sent the units in the back to defend against the king. So I think her reinforcements are fine for now. And Deepshine's gonna wall as well.
Yeah, Deepshine wants to make sure that the raiding doesn't happen. She wants to have that whole backline available to her. And this is exactly what I mentioned earlier. The fact that HRE's units just run faster, you're just going to force your units to take the fights because you're just going to have more as HRE. She does try to stop the wall by getting a villager down. The villager does get pushed off, but this is not going to make it too easy to get anything done, actually. These longbows do need to retreat because with these numbers, you just can't kill them. Right now, the villager is back for some action, and the longbows need to retreat. But the problem is, they can try to retreat, but it doesn't mean they will actually get out alive because these units are just so damn fast.
Okay, and now we see, though, that Meowasis dropped a barracks of her own, and that doesn't really make that much sense, I would say, because we don't have any cavalry from HRE yet, and when you start making spears, you have less longbows, and the longbows would do fine against the units from Deepshine if they were in good numbers. They just can't engage in melee like that. Yeah, exactly, because, you know, even though if you have the numbers, you don't want to be hit by melee units. You want to keep kiting and shooting and getting the best that you can from your ranged units.
Now, this might just be the rank difference between these two players, where we see Deepshine is known to be I believe, low conqueror, and I think Meowasis is around plat. What we learn around Platinum is that, oh, your composition with English is going to be spearmen, longbows, because you just need to fight off the horses. And this is just the problem of just using guides. Because now you guys
Yeah.
can see with these spearmen, they're not able to do any damage. Yeah, they're just suffering right now.
Yeah, when you follow guides, you don't really stop to think about why you're doing that. You know, you kind of listen to someone who knows better and you think that's the way to do it all the time. But if you, I'm not saying the guides are wrong, of course, and or bad idea, but try to put some thought like why they choose to do something and see if it's the best option for you in your games, in your matches as well.
Yeah, a lot of the times, like Bella now said, you don't know why you're doing something. So ask yourself, why am I making spearmen? Why did I drop a barracks? Now, usually what English does is they'll try to get a few men-at-arms to contest against HRE's men-at-arms, because in Feudal, they're basically the same strength. And the thing is, there were a few kills here from Meowasis, and not any from Deepshine being the aggressor here. Now, Deepshine is forced to pull back. She could also just have pulled back with a few other units, but now we do see her floating quite a bit of resources, but not having enough gold for the age up yet. So she's 1 foot in the door, many feet out, and Meowasis is the one being aggressive towards Deepshine here. Now, Deepshine she will be able to get these out, and with the amount of reinforcements here, this is not going to be a problem at all. But I think Deepshine has completely lost the control of this, because she realizes, oh, now I don't have enough gold. And this is just showing that even Deepshine has weak points.
Yeah, we can see the king went to the wrong side here and probably is going to die, as well as the scout, which is not good. So Meowasis is probably going to be blind for a while, and Deepshine is going castle. And I don't think Meowasis saw that Ragni's Cathedral coming down just now.
Yeah, the thing is, with Deepshine's amount of units, you're also not sure if she's going for castle, right? Like, if you were in Conqueror, you would know this is not enough for HRE to not go for castle. But on the other side, we see Meowasis trying to do the same thing with some pressure. The thing is, 18 longbows, they can do pretty well against this unit composition. The thing is, she's also not looking at going castle herself on time either. This macro that's showing me right now is just going to be too much food and not enough gold for her to follow up with castle. But the fight comes in, and with the amount of units, she will be able to do some damage, and Deepshine needs to be careful. Now, the question is Meowasis going to be able to contest these relics when they do start pouring out? Deepshine has this amazing ability to just go all around the map and pressure every single side. So I'm expecting to see some things, but I can see that the gold is struggling at the moment. We do have our first prelate popping out of here, but she hasn't queued up a second one to go for the relic. She instead goes for a knight. Now we do see the tower though, just there for protection.
But interesting enough, Meowasis was not actually that far from castle. She was almost at 500 gold, and she decided to buy the king back, plus get the +1 ranged upgrade, and then she used all the gold she had. She was close. Now she has enough food but not enough gold, which is unfortunately. Plus she canceled, but she was also queuing up some men-at-arms. I think she realized and just canceled them as well.
Now, a small mistake that we did see here from Meowasis, and this is usually the difference between these ranks. Meowasis went with food in her villagers' hands and started chopping the gold, which means that those resources just went ahead and got deposited into the nothingness, aka it disappeared. The moment you hold a resource and you go to another one, you lose what you got in your hands there.
And she's getting another upgrade. She's getting siege engineering now. +1 attack for melee damage. So she has no unit for melee damage. So she definitely doesn't need that. She has no melee units, right? You don't need to upgrade no unit.
Yeah, melee attack is only gotten when you usually switch into men-at-arms and such, but against HRE and Castle, you don't go men-at-arms, because they do have those special upgrades for their men-at-arms that gives them the extra damage against heavy units. So men-at-arms versus men-at-arms is not a fight you want. You want to ideally go for something with a crossbow composition. Exactly. And with the knight now on the prowl, trying to do some damage, but Meowasis is much better than me at doing this, aka making walls. Now, Deepshine she hasn't been able to pick up more than one relic just yet. She got one in the middle, and now these longbows at the back, they're just not sure what they're doing with their time just yet.
Yeah, she got the RAM upgrade. I don't know what she was planning to do with it.
The White Tower, oh, I was gonna say the White Tower did queue up that night. And
She's
all
going
of
for
a sudden,
Horseman.
she is? Oh, she is? Oh my goodness, she is going for Horseman. And that is just from the stable. Now the question again you ask yourself is, why did I get this White Tower? The White Tower is, in this case, defensive, but against HRE, you do not want to be defensive. The problem with the White Tower in the base now, you usually use this to protect your second TC, but with HRE has that ability to go Imperial, and with the amount of resources that Deepshine has, she gets to make that switch at any point, and English will just not have an ability to stop that. The longbow upgrade is not in just yet, and they were target firing the men-at-arms, so she was going to lose all of them without even killing any. So these longbow control, we can see that she's trying to target fire them down, but this is Meowasis' full army, and the upgrade is about to kick in, but she's not going to have any longbows left to use that upgrade with. They're running forward. We can see the attack moving, just not being there just yet. This is something that would up her rank a bit if she just learned to use that early power of the longbows and stutter stepping. Knowing also that HRE is a little bit faster, and you running away just will cost you your whole army.
Definitely, and on the other side of the map, I also noticed that her horsemen end up being caught by the knights, and they were fighting the wrong unit. So imagine if the horses were with her longbows, maybe she could have sniped a bit more of the archers from HRE. But something else is the fact that she has stables now, but she didn't have the scout really scouting enough. If she knew where the army from Deepshine was, she could have actually used the White Tower, as you mentioned, a little bit more aggressive, maybe defending one in the middle, the big gold and the sacred site, and, you know, take the chance to put in a more aggressive position since the army was not there, but she didn't see that.
Yeah, now with her also just making horses, she was trying to do a little bit of plays for these relics, and the crazy thing is Deepshine now is just sucking up these relics. She's going left and right and just like putting in every single one of them. We can see different positions for her, just trying to plop these down, and she might even get 5 of these. The army is protecting the last one. And in South Africa we have this thing where we say it's tickets for her, eh? And once there's 5 relics in the HRE's base with a double relic income, it's going to be tickets for Meowasis. She's going to have to pull out a miracle here.
Yeah, and Deepshine with the knight, she also has the mobility, so she can quickly run to the other side. And Meowasis is choosing to make spearmen and crossbows now, but she won't have that mobility, right? So she could have the knights of her own to dispute and to defend some of the knights, some of the relics. And now we see an engagement in the middle. Yeah, but now Meowasis has a bit better army against that composition with the crossbows and the spears.
Yeah, she read the guide perfectly. Go for your crossbows when going against knights and men-at-arms. But at the back of this, Deepshine just didn't have a big army. If Deepshine spent those resources on army, this would have been a much, much different fight. And she realizes that. I don't need to lose my units now. I'm going to go back. I'm going to get my Palace of Swabia. And I'm just going to get so far ahead. That is the problem when you play against HRE. You're just gonna, your opponent gets to Imperial, and then you just need to kill them in that moment. The longer you leave them, the harder it gets.
And 4 more barracks coming down for Deepshine now, and I love the setup. She used 1 villager for each barracks in the back, which was super cute. It looked like a military setup just being built immediately. Going Imperial now with Swabia at the same time.
Now, she does have a lot of production, and she keeps plopping down more production, but Meowasis needs to use that wood to go into a farm transition. It's one of those points where you're like, okay, do I go Imperial myself? No, but you do need to keep making units, and I don't know if she's ready to do so. The thing is, this is now a ticking time bomb. The HRE upgrades are about to kick in, and honestly, once the cannon emplacement is here, a ram is not going to be enough to do any damage. Deepshine going for that early wood as well. This means early mid-game wood. And this will mean that she will be able to plop down a keep at some point or just get more bombard emplacements.
Yeah, Deepshine was already trying to get enough stone, probably also for a keep, as she now is imp and she can start advancing into the map, getting that map control that is so important in this map, because the gold is completely focused in the middle.
Yeah,
And she has no more gold in the place, so she
That
has to go out.
and the gold has been depleted, and that is the problem when you get to this point. You have to make a move to go outside, but both of them needing to make that move. The difference is HRE has a lot of passive gold income at the moment. Guys, by the way, Bella, they don't hear the cat as loudly because I use a different microphone for Discord. So,
Okay.
people, if you do hear a tiny cat, that is just the life of cat.
Oh no, and now the ranged units are just being hit by the mad-at-arms, and I don't think that's gonna stop. They're gonna keep just coming and coming. But she's making spears too. For I don't know why Deepshine is also going for spears.
Deepshine is going for spears herself because they do quite well against crossbows. Now, spears aren't a direct counter to crossbows, but they don't get any extra damage taken to them. So with archers, if you're playing into a spearman composition or into a crossbow composition, it's very common to see people going for spearmen to deal with the numbers. You could optimally go for more horsemen, but when the production allows, you just go for spearmen as well. They're pretty decent.
But I
Now,
think she has good resources. She could just
you get horses.
have her own archers in any case, since it's HRE archers. And now, yeah, again, the ranged units, even though they might be better against the spearmen, if they get hit by them, they are not that effective anymore.
Yeah, the problem is they're right on top of the crossbows, and the crossbows were not moving or moving back, and moving, stutter stepping in this case. Ooh, apparently the knowledge has left me. But just with like these knights, you mentioned earlier about the mobility, and the problem is knights are mobile, spearmen are not. Meowasis is using every bit of gold she has to try and stay in this game. But now with these horsemen around the map, they're not going to be able to do much against these towers that are here too. Now,
And
the
she's
knights do get
floating a quite bit of wood, right?
Yeah, she still has so many on wood, but she is transitioning to farms finally. She does get a mangonel, but unfortunately mangonels don't do that well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Rest in pieces.
Oh no.
Rest in pieces, villagers. Oh, the horseman did get some work done though, and another one as well. Did she get them upgraded? These are still feudal age horsemen. I was like, do I not know the name for castle age horsemen? And these horsemen are still squishy as can be.
Oh, but got a kill.
Apparently. And it got the prelate as well, by the way. The bombard says, get out of my villagers,
Yeah.
baby.
And we see an infantry ward right now. Men-at-arms, spears, and archers. Just having a blast in the middle of the map. Oof.
The mangonel barely scraping their knees as it falls on top of them. Look at that. That mangonel shot did a decent hit. But the problem is, there's a lot more coming from Deepshine's side. You can see here with the amount of army, they look pretty even. But keep in mind, a lot of these units are still in... Ooh, I was about to finish my sentence, but no. Deepshine's army is just not together. So this fight, even though it is looking like it's okay for Meowasis, you can see the village account, 40 at the back here, and now Deepshine's bringing that keep forward. That is where you start panicking.
Exactly, and we can see that Deepshine is also getting some of her own horsemen, which can be very effective against this mangonel if she had some here. And that's also gonna be just fine against the crossbows.
Now, with those villages all going down here, Meowasis doesn't have any gold income. You can see she's trying to make a play over here on this side, getting a keep here too. A little bit desperate to get this going to decap the sacred site too. But now
And
with the
lost
army...
access to gold.
Yes, this is going to be a very important gold for her. And this is a nice big gold, but again, Deepshine's mobility is just going to allow for her to get the rest of the map too. We do see that keep being pulled back a little bit by Deepshine. She will get access to the front gold here, as well as just having free reign on this one. This Bombard Tower really doing work. And we see that Meowasis is trying to deny some resources. She just doesn't know where to go right now.
What she can deny, right? And the mango was forgotten. It's forgotten in the middle of the map. She has to watch out for that.
Well, the Mangonel's coming just very slowly, but the problem is there are units that can snipe that bad boy.
Yeah.
And now this Bombard Tower will just be able to clean up a lot of this army. We see that one shot taking down quite a bit, but there is some idle time for them.
And the archers are attacking the tower now with the A move, because why not? And men-at-arms are on the way to secure again that precious gold.
And now these are Imperial Age men-at-arms. They do take quite a beating. Deepshine not going for any upgrades though. I'm a little bit surprised. So they will be able to take some damage from crossbows, but there's not a lot of crossbows. Right here we see just a bunch of archers with 1 or 2 crossbows in the mix. And these men-at-arms are taking those arrows with please. Look at that. Barely scraping that men-at-arm. Oh, poor guy. They do eventually go down though.
I think the idea was good. She came back to try to fight under the keep, but she was still a bit too far, so the keep didn't have a chance to actually shoot those men-at-arms just hitting the spears.
Now, I'll be honest, this is not the Deepshine that I fear in this case. I think Deepshine is very unsure about where she needs to put pressure as well. It feels like she is denying gold, yes. She does know about this part, yes. But her unit composition is just pure men-at-arm, and she's not transitioning into, you know, putting pressure onto the base, knowing that English is going to be outside eventually. I think as well with English you also just have a very safe civilization, but Deepshine should know of the advantage she has. Maybe she's just waiting to get, waiting to get the resources to go for this, but she's floating so many resources.
I think she just has to stop a little bit and think about her win condition, how she wants to end the game, because the control of the map she has, she's dropping some forward production in the middle as well and taking another gold for herself. She just has to stop to think about what can I do from now, how can I finish this, end this, and get my win condition established.
I mean, it feels like she did decide on that win condition after all. We see the siege workshops being dropped down forward, and she's decided I'm just going to go cut off the gold constantly. And just like I said here, that she now transitions to the English base. The problem is you're throwing away a lot of resources, and just like I say that, the veteran horsemen are here and they're going to clean up all of these bad boys. The men-at-arms are taking a little bit of damage from the crossbows, but she needs to be very careful. This is a feudal horseman whose brother is going to melt.
Yeah, it's also, respect to them, it's kind of hard to play like this. Every time you look at your opponent, they have different units. So... like Meowasis had the spears and now she doesn't, and now Deepshine comes with the horses. It's just chaos. I think Meowasis doesn't really know what to do, and now she has too many longbows and not enough crossbows against the men-at-arms. But both of these players keep switching and transitioning into different units, and I think at some point in the game, once you have an advantage with one unit, it's just worth it to keep going with them. To make a big mess of one type of unit in the end can be more worth it than just switching between them, and because you're never gonna have enough of any of them.
Yeah, the funny thing is, with the food income that she has, she can... I mean, food and gold income. She's at 7,000 gold right now, and she just doesn't have enough units on the map to close this out. What I would have liked to see a little bit more from Deepshine is constant production of... And here the bombard also goes down. This is not... Yeah, like I said, this is not the Deepshine that I fear every single day of my life. I feel like she is just not putting the same pressure as we've seen in the past. Now, again, she is much higher ranked than Meowasis. And this is just me worried for her in the late game. Or in the next rounds. Because she's going to be going up against people who've been very scary. Let's just put it that way. She's been playing against some very, very scary people. And Deepshine is just throwing away a lot of units. I'm not sure what she is planning to do with all of these, but they are taking quite a beating.
Yeah, I think it's just important also to remember that the girls are, all of them, they are also probably very anxious and nervous, and you know, we would all make lots of mistakes mistakes. They know that people are watching. There's a lot of pressure. So I think we can also understand that side of the game. But you're totally right. I feel like she just forgot about how do I end this? How do I push properly? The bombards are moving in to destroy some of that production, but they might be sniped by some of the units.
The problem
No,
is...
they're not being targeted.
Yeah, no, they can't be stopped. The thing is, they might be, but there's more coming. Deepshine's economy is finally there to close it out. And one thing that I know about this woman is whenever she plays against other people in tournaments, she makes mistakes. But the moment she plays against me, it's like she channels this aura of hers that is just undefeatable. And the funny thing is, this is exactly something I think most of us struggle with when we go on 1v1 ladder. 1v1 ladder for a lot of us is very high stakes. But the moment you go into a tournament match, that's even higher stakes. For most people are like, oh, this is just a female against female game. Yeah, but for them, this is massive. This is, for all of us, this is massive. For the normal pro players, just the same.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. And it's just normal to forget things. I realized that Deepshine doesn't even have +2 or +3 on for ranged defense, and she's diving the English base, and her horses are just dying. And now with the Berkshire even, she certainly needs to remember about that ranged defense for her units to be able to raid and get those free kills on the farms, especially, which are actually kind of empty. The villagers are in the keeps.
This is just idle time from Meowasis. She's hoping to defend herself and get into a little bit of a later game, but this is honestly, it's going to be so hard to defend. We see the bombards just sniping away at this thing, and the next hit should be able to take these down. And the Berkshire does go down. Now those vital villagers are just ready to get slaughtered too.
And she doesn't have enough wood to repair. Oh, there's a farm coming up. Okay, it's a tower.
And now the bombards are just, the numbers are increasing, the units are increasing, and this is where Deepshine will close out the game and force Meowasis into game 2. Wow, Meowasis really just trying to hold on for dear life. But she finally taps out, and Meowasis does go down so far to 0-1 for Meowasis going down. And I think now we're gonna get to that point where Deepshine is like, okay, I may have made some mistakes that game, but let's do this a little bit better in the next one. So we're gonna transition into what our lobby is gonna look like for the next matchup, and we see here Meowasis going again for English. And this is going to be an English... Ooh, I realized I kind of excluded Bella out of this one. Give me a moment. Let me put you back, girl. All right. So we have the Malians versus English. And I play both those civilizations. I still like it for English. But I've played against Deepshine's Malians. If she plays at peak performance, this is going to be very difficult to beat. How do you feel against English versus Malians?
I think Malians is a natural counter to English. Those javelin throwers can be pretty scary against your longbows, especially when they grow in numbers. So I'm not really sure. Plus, Malians they don't even need villagers, right? So it's not like English can use their longbows to snipe villagers. It's not gonna make a difference. I'm kidding, by the way. It's not that extreme, but in a way, Malians is more safe, more secure. They don't leave their base. They have cows on their TC. They have everything they need. They have a Mensa quarry landmark for passive income, the pit mines for passive income. So they are a very safe civ in a way, and it can be kind of challenging for English to break that.
Yeah, it is a difficult civ to break, because once they get going, it's really difficult to, you know, keep up with that Malian economy, from the cows especially. And now with Deepshine's standard opening, we see here with the houses, she's gonna get the normal 6, while English going for that gold at the back. Normal things in the early game, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is why we can do it on +2, especially this early on. Now my question is just, are we going to see a king, or are we seeing some longbows? So from what I can say, I honestly think we're going to see the same from Meowasis, because I feel like she might just be following a build order and hoping that it works out against Deepshine.
I'm trying to catch up with you in game.
Oh, you can just watch on Discord, by the way. It should be
Okay,
fine.
we are together.
Yeah. And finally, guys, we figured out the problems with the stream. So thank you, Corvinus, for being our tech support. He is the #1 man to make sure that things are looking good. Now, Meowasis is going for something different this time. She's actually opening with a double farm and the council hall. I was completely wrong, everyone. Meowasis is switching things up. She knows that, hey, I'm going to need to produce units very early on to shut down the Malian economy. But we know that javelin throwers, they do pretty well. So she will have to make sure that those numbers are plentiful to be able to take them down.
Yeah, definitely. Normally when we see the council hall coming up, you know there's some aggression being involved there, right? Now, depending on how the game goes, normally, as I mentioned, Malians, they play really safe. They're under their TC, and it's kind of hard to harass. So an option going to TC to match that passive income from Malians is also, it can also be a good choice there. I don't know how Meowasis, how well she does with 2TC, how used she is to it. But of course, she can also just try to push, make some rams, and just mass those longbows. If she has enough numbers and Deepshine doesn't make enough javelins on time, she might be able to even get those kills of the javelins with the longbows themselves. She just has to pump a lot of units in this case.
The problem with early game English is, and this is something I only recently learned, is making sure that you are able to pump out longbows. And we see she aged up with 4 villagers, which when you do 4, it's usually because you want to get there quickly and pump out longbows. But she waited.
Scout?
The scout?
Oh,
On the other scout, yeah, almost died.
Almost. I don't
Now,
think Deepshine saw it. She didn't garrison.
Yeah, no, she let him run free. Now, with the archery range being plopped down here, we're gonna see some javelins being made, and we also saw this very early mill that's being plopped down here. This is because Malians is able to get those upgrades quite early on, but she's not being too greedy with the cows. She's giving it time, she's letting the wood villagers do more of the work. But the longbows have joined the party, and she will need to start producing.
Yeah, on Discord,
Okay.
it's a little bit forward.
Alright. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to now use the ability of longbows to punish Deepshine for the Malian pump. Now, if the Malians are going to be able to produce more javelin throwers, it's just going to be so hard for Meowasis to do anything.
Yeah, exactly. She really has to pump those numbers, and I think Deepshine Scout actually might go down, and went down.
It did? Oh, it went down, yes.
It went down.
The
So now
scout...
she's blind.
Yeah, the thing is, Deepshine is a very big...
Wait,
Ooh,
the other scout also went down. Both of them are blind. Oh
Luckily,
my
when
God.
you're playing this matchup, you know what they're going for. And I think the scout did get the information they needed, javelin throwers. But now the question is, does Meowasis know how to respond to this? And guys, we already have our answer. Yes, she's going for the stable. Beautiful.
Nice. Let's see if she's gonna go. I think she wants to do a push. Let's see if the blacksmith also comes. She could already start thinking about that siege engineering if she wants to push. I mean, she has 7 longbows and there are only 2 javelins on the other side, so she could even be already there trying to get some of those villagers on gold, push them away from gold. She still has the advantage.
And now with the
But she
horsemen...
doesn't know.
Yeah, the problem is horsemen now being mixed into this, or singular horsemen. This is going to force these javelins to have to be a little bit more careful. And we do see that Deepshine has switched over to making 1 archer. This is purely because at that point she just didn't have the gold because she's making cows behind all of this. And this is a weak point for Malians, right? This is that one position where you're like, okay, I am trying to balance my economy between making cows and actually making units. So that means she's going to be switching to these archers. This is where the longbows should shine. Now we're going to see, is Deepshine fast enough to respond to this? Fast enough for 1 villager only to go down.
Yeah, now the numbers are starting to pick up. 9 longbows, 4 javelins, and they can do some damage. So Meowasis has to decide if she wants to keep making. She has to keep making more longbows.
The problem is when you see javelins as English, you're like, oh, now I need to stop. I need to switch to something else. And I think that's maybe what will happen here too. We do see the barracks coming out from his Deepshine and the scout. Oh, I was going to say the scout. The scout gets sacrificed, but no, that's just a little horseman. But the villagers are pushed off of gold for now. The thing is they can just move to the back, and that's exactly what they're planning on doing. Because, and another one goes down.
Yeah, that's exactly what you mentioned. I also didn't know myself until very recently when I watched one of the tournament games. I think it was in Socotra, and I saw this matchup. And one of the players made only longbows against Malians, but they had such huge numbers that they were one-shotting them. But you do need to keep making and get that advantage in numbers. There are two possibilities in this game, right? You either want the quality of units or you want the numbers. And I think from what I have been seeing, I think the numbers are actually even more important. So 1 man at arm, if you go fast castle and make 1 man at arm in your unit and your opponent already has 20 longbows, it's not gonna matter.
Yeah, and I don't think Meowasis is at this point ready to spend all those resources either. We see she's floating a little bit of wood, which is to be understandable. It's quite understandable at this point of the game as English. As an English player, we do this quite often. But quickly making sure that this is a farm transition, and that is a very good move by her, just to make sure she's doing this at the right time. But the problem is, like we know, see Sassy in the chat, keep making units, keep making. You just need to keep producing, because now Deepshine behind all of this, she's just going to keep making cows. She's going to keep getting ahead.
Some of the cows are not rallied into the cattle, cattle ranch. They are not being rallied there, so they're just sitting next to the TC. Just chilling with their friends, I guess.
Yeah, they're just having a good time. Cattling around. Not being contained in a cattle ranch is just giving them that freedom to not garner any food.
And we can see that Meowasis actually dropped the blacksmith a while ago, but she decided to get some upgrades, but not siege engineering. I'm not sure what she's planning. Maybe she's gonna just drop a tower forward with those villagers that are coming in the middle of the map.
Basically, with you getting all these units and getting the upgrades for these instead, is making sure that you're able to snipe things down, but you're not looking to commit to a push yet. So I think Meowasis is just not ready to commit to that. I honestly...
Oh.
Yeah?
Are they gonna see the villagers?
Oh,
they're gonna see the villagers. And it's a lot of villagers.
And the problem is, these villagers... Oh,
they're attacking!
Stop villagers, you need to go above the tower!
Oh no, they might all go down if she doesn't notice that she's attacking with them.
Oh no.
Things. No, they're just peasants and they're dead.
And they're dead. But this actually evened out the villager lead, or the villager kill count here for our two players. 4-4 right now, but that was just a donation. Meowasis went to donate. And
I wanted to give Deepshine a fair chance, right?
Yeah. She was like, hey, I killed 4 of yours, take 4 of mine. I wanted to make a tower, but, you know, it's okay. It's okay. We got this. Oof. But these horsemen are doing good work. Just the fact that they're forcing them backwards and not forcing them or not allowing them to actually get punished, that's so important about Meowasis. I wonder if she's going to be able... Is she going to be able to... She gets one. Oh, the villagers are fighting back. Deepshine's taking a note out of the book. She was like, I saw you fighting with yours. Let me fight with mine as well. She's going to lose so many here. Another one goes down and another one. And now the javelins are here to clean things up.
Yeah, those longbows are going down. Interesting, one of the cows ended up going to the market and it was slaughtered right next to the market. I think they're just selling the cow's meat. Yeah, right next to the deer there, beneath the deer. It was,
yeah, I see. I just can't turn the camera. I have a cat in my hand. So
they're just selling the cow meat.
Now, the pressure is actually coming a little bit heavier than I think she's ready to deal with. But the thing is, the Deepshine behind all of this, she's going to be able to just keep producing units. So as long as she stands back and she waits before engaging, she should be able to take this. So
yeah, she's pushing with units. She's making man-at-arms as well. She's going for that pit mine with units, no siege, no rams. Who needs rams?
yeah, who needs
I know
rams?
you're a lover of rams, though.
No, I fully believe in the Rams. And the thing is, if she can keep this army together, she can clean this up. Meowasis needs to put her army together to do damage to Deepshine. Deepshine as well, a little bit desperate for food at the moment. The cows are just not supplying enough for her. But her ranches are pretty locked and loaded. Now, Meowasis doesn't have the wood for a ram. She also doesn't have... I was going to say she doesn't have all her resources spent, but she just queued up 12 horsemen. Let's just see, is that out of 2 stables? It's going to be out of 2 stables pretty soon.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while for them to come. But I think Deepshine is also playing this properly. She's just trying to defend and take her time. She doesn't want to overcommit to defend. As Malians, you want to make as little as few units as possible to defend yourself, so that you can quickly go into that cow boom with the landmark and just take advantage of the passive income from food that she's gonna have once she ages up. But it's a challenge to know exactly when to stop making units. How many do you need to actually defend yourself without taking too much damage? Like right now, Meowasis is just losing her army, which is also expensive with the man-at-arms. I'm not really sure this was super great, as Deepshine already is packing up on those resources and is being able to push those units back. There's only one man-at-arm left now, and she's cutting reinforcements with the sofas as well. So she made the right amount of units. She just has to gather some more food really quickly and just age up now, I would say. She defended. She can just chill now, age up, and yeah, go forward from there.
And the problem when playing against Malians is that they have that ability to age up pretty early on. And that's exactly what's going to go down here. They age up while you just lost your whole army. Meowasis will not be able to produce more units while she is also trying to macro up a little bit further ahead. I say this, but she still has 7 horsemen in the queue. Now, what's going to be very important for her is just ensuring that she keeps her army together when she does take the next fight, or send them to the sides to raid without losing them. So,
yeah,
now...
she's getting siege engineering just now. Imagine if she did that push with the rams already. And she's queuing up more units after losing her army. I am not really sure if she should go for another push just like that now.
Yeah,
As Deepshine is aging up.
Deepshine is aging up, and with Malians, your upgrades come in really, really early on. These villagers on the gold, they're going to be getting enough gold for 1 upgrade, but not a lot. The thing is, you don't need a lot of gold. You just need to get the upgrades for your javelins to be able to deal with these units coming towards your base.
And the Jeffs are also gonna do just fine against the man-at-arms from English anyway. About the timing, I think if she just made some rams before pushing and waited exactly for this moment, she had her scout and saw Deepshine aging up, she could push exactly when she's aging up. That would be the best time for a push, because you can delay the age up, you can pick villagers building the landmark and so on. So I think it was just a matter of timing. She had numbers.
Meowasis is very feisty when it comes to those villagers. Those villagers also went down, but not without a fight. She really utilizes her little, what are those things called? Short bows, to just make sure that they put up a good fight before they go down.
Anyone that can fight should fight.
Yeah, earn your keep, villagers. Earn your keep. Now, we do see from Deepshine's side, she's getting veteran sofa upgrades instead. So this is already telling us exactly what we need to know. She's just going to make a ton of sofas. And I think this is something she may have learned from the 2v2 tournament when there were 70 sofas in her base.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I remember
that was traumatizing.
Yeah. For everyone, even whoever was watching. We all have PTSD from 100 sofas running around your base.
Now, my real question is she just going to keep chasing this, or is she going to macro up to castle herself? The thing is, when you only have 4 gold, this doesn't really allow for that. Your units need to be very, very careful here because Malians, like we know, is a ticking time bomb. With passive food coming in from these, it's going to be so difficult to outproduce them. And like you said, the javelins do pretty well against these men-at-arms.
I like to joke that javelins counter everything. I feel like they do so much damage and they have such a huge range. They can just snipe anything.
And that's
It's
exactly what they're about to prove. Standing ready. Let's see if Horseman goes down. Ooh,
I don't
but
think
that
she
arm is
wants
big.
to fight exactly there, as she doesn't have any more food under that meal. And, I mean, there's nothing to defend there, right? So she came under the TC to fight to protect her base, but that's it. She doesn't have to fight that forward. And that's a bad position for a push, though, because she's pushing... Meowasis is pushing in facing the TC, and she's gonna take some shots unnecessarily. She could just push in direction of those pit mine. The next one is coming up anyway. Pick that villager and go from there. All those shots from the TC are just doing unnecessary damage, I would say.
Yeah, this is a very awkward moment for you as English because you know you need to do damage, but she doesn't put together that, hey, I need to make specific things. I need to attack at different points. She does pick up a few.
Take a look there.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Rest in pieces, villagers. Rest in pieces. But with 2,500 food, Meowasis is just not able to keep producing. It's that weird stage of the game where you spend all your other resources, but you're just not able to get to the point you want to be at. And now the units at the back are just also going to be able to clean this up. Deepshine actually, from behind, picking up and making a comeback.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, she got siege engineering, didn't even had a chance to drop the rams anymore because it was too late. She could have done that earlier, but now if she didn't even had that upgrade, she would be castle earlier as well. She didn't even need it.
And now the farms are going to be burnt a little bit by these sofas. I don't think Deepshine realizes that this is... She makes a white tower. So the white tower again, guys, if you're making a white tower on your base, it is because usually you're either ahead enough with villagers or you're going to be making a play. But unfortunately, I don't think there's any place strong enough to take down 40 military from Malians, especially when most of the military is sofas. These guys could actually try and stop this too.
Are they gonna see it? Are they gonna see it?
No. Although at least they're going to get a few villager kills though. They're going to make it worth it. And the rest of the army, they're all waiting at the front lines to just push in at the same time. The moment the age up comes through, this is going to be a very good time for Deepshine to push. Again, these villages are very exposed. Oh, these villages are all just going down one by one. The boys are being snacked on. And yet again, this is Meowasis' TC. And keeps fighting against Deepshine's army. And we saw how this played out last game.
Yeah, and the military count, I think it says everything, right? There's no way she can fight this back now. And her production is all forward, javelins are sitting there. That's a tough... And she doesn't have any resources to make units. She only has meat units.
Yeah, if there were any units made out of just meat, this would be the time for them to shine.
She can mass scouts.
Yep, mass scouts, English mass scouts, definitely a new adventure. Gosh, David. And as these villages are going back, they're about to get picked off too. The sofas are just killing everything. And Meowasis is just a little bit too stubborn to tap out here today. And Deepshine says, I can finish this, don't you worry.
Yeah, and the only advantage that Castle Age brought actually is the White Tower as a building for defense, right? Because she doesn't have enough to upgrade anything. She could upgrade her horsemen, maybe longbows, but she doesn't have them.
Yeah, now there's nothing to fit with the upgrades. And honestly, with her going for crossbows, she's really just desperately trying to get units out. But when you're playing against archers, those crossbows are just not going to be as effective. Deepshine is dropping down this keep at the front here, and I'm guessing getting ready for that final push.
I think that keep could be even bolder. Just put it on top of the production. There's literally nothing that can avoid that, that can deny that, keep on that production.
Yeah, a nice little keep over here would stop the farm. I was gonna say farms, but then I realized it's just singular farm being occupied right now. The thing is, Deepshine also still floating food, 3,000, and that's very easy to do with Marlians because you just have such a strong eco from these food sources. Now, these guys will probably go on to other food or other sources as well, so she can keep making units. You can see she's switching again, getting more sofas, more musafadis, and I'm expecting to see some siege soon. Oh. So few units and more go down.
Yeah, I don't know what Deepshine is waiting for.
Deepshine is waiting for the grand finale. She's waiting to make more and more sofas. What is out? Never mind. The grand finale is actually just a siege workshop in the base. Yes. Another siege! Another siege!
And behind all this, Deepshine is also grabbing the relics, by the way. She already is packing and bringing them home. I don't know how many. She's 3+1. Yeah. She might get all of them.
And Meowasis is not... Yeah, she's not moving out of her base anytime soon. This woman is stuck, stepsister, and she's not going to be able to make a move out. We do see poison arrows also ready.
Poison arrows, yes.
And these guys are just going to be able to tower dive. They're going to be able to dive everything. Because, yeah, Meowasis knows that too. She realizes that is going to be it for her. And Deepshine will be taking it 2-0 into the next round. So, Deepshine not looking as unbeatable as I would have imagined, especially in this qualifier. We do have some of our favorites who are here to qualify. And I'm thinking that Deepshine was definitely at the top of my list. But if she doesn't qualify today, there will be another chance for her tomorrow. Today we start a little bit earlier for the Australians and for Rabbitsweet, who is our Chinese player. So, Bella, is there anyone that you think is going to be a tough contender to take down today?
Maybe we can take a look on the brackets with the viewers, so we can check it out what is gonna happen now. I think Peppino and Deepshine are good players, and it might be a very interesting matchup. And I know the different styles as well. Peppino plays more defensive. She likes playing China, Abbasid, Bone Sieves. And on the other hand, Deepshine is more aggressive. She plays cavalry, French, and Malians with the sofas and so on. So it's a very interesting clash of different play styles, I think. That would be a very interesting matchup. I would be interested to see if they make it to the point of playing against each other. I don't know, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. Exactly. But I am looking at those two. They are good contestants. And Nems is also not really far behind, though. Nems is also very good.
Yeah, I'm trying to set up the screen share here for you guys, and I'm gonna set it up here. Oh my gosh! And guys, I don't know if you guys hear the cat. I don't think you do. Oh no, definitely when I speak. Oh. This is Beastie's demon cat, by the way. Beastie's demon cat that he wants to keep. He is very in love with this cat, and he definitely wants her to stay with the family. So the problem is the demon cat is currently with me, and as you can hear, the demon cat is not very happy. I'll show you guys the demon cat. I'm holding the demon cat. This is demon cat.
Aww.
Yumi, as the stream knows. Yumi, do you have any...
Mommy?
Do you want to tell anything to the stream? Yeah, I know.
No, he's quiet.
No. He's yeah, guys. Yeah. Let me just make sure you guys get to see this cat in its full glory. So, Simba situation we got there. I'm not mean to this cat. I give the cat love all day. During this whole cast, guys, this cat was sitting in my shoulder. Okay, actually, let me just put you back on the show. Okay? Are you gonna... Okay.
Yeah, I just want some warmth.
He just wants... He's been warm the whole time. What?
Yeah.
What did you say? Do you have anything to say to the stream? Yeah, I thought so. So there are no most troublemakers. Okay, I did put the bracket onto the screen so everyone can see it here. Let me just click the button again to make sure it's nice and big. We see here the Peppino Pigg versus Nams and Deepshine versus Rabbitsweet in the next round.
Interesting. So yeah, we have a potential final with those two that I mentioned. But again, Rabbitsweet can also be a good player. She showed some very high skills in our previous tournament with the 2v2s with the girls, and it was a tough team to beat, right? They would mask a lot of units. They literally won't stop making units. So that's also um, a potential challenge there for Deepshine.
Yeah, the thing is, Deepshine, she is very aggressive, but she does love a late game. She knows how to play late game. And I think the closer match for us to be will be Peppino, Pigg, and Nams. What is really surprising, though, to me, is the fact that Galen went down 2-0. Because in the 2v2 tournament, she definitely looked like she was able to put up a fight and has improved significantly over the last few months.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I think Nams has a bit more experience than Gailing in 1v1s. And in 2v2s, maybe that's also one of the reasons I'm such a fan of team games, but you do have more freedom to make mistakes, to have the support of your teammate, and you don't have to think so much about what units do I have to make. I need to make units that complement my teammate to support them, and so on. But once you're in 1v1, you have to think about everything by yourself. No brainstorming, nothing. And you need a little bit more experience, and I think that Nams has the upper hand there. So, yeah, I think that's one of the reasons we see that 2-0. But Galen still has some chance tomorrow as well.
Exactly. And guys, I'm muting between when Bella is speaking because the cat is very rowdy at the moment. I think it's waiting for Beastie to wake up, but to go cuddle him. So until then, we will have a cat situation, but I will be moving the cat out after this game starts. But guys, it is right now a hair cat, and this is usually where it's most calm, but I am gonna have to sit like a hobbit. So we will be going into, I don't know, Bella, Peppino, Pigg, Nams, Deepshine, or Rabbitsweet. Which one do you think?
Let's go watch Peppino. We just watch a Deepshine, so we can give Nams also some
Oh,
attention to see how she is playing. What was the reason that she just got the win from Gailing?
and the 2-0 is definitely something we don't want to discard because 2-0 is a very clear victory most of the time. We've seen yesterday as well with Beastie and Puppy Paw that it looks one-sided, but it can probably be a pretty big fight. So we'll keep an eye on Galen tomorrow as well. But Pig here with the teal Japanese pick. Now, guys, I don't know about you, but I love myself a good Japanese player. Now, Bella, Japanese versus Aobids. What do we go for?
That's a good question. I haven't played that matchup myself, to be honest. If I play Japanese mostly on hybrid maps, not really on land. But I don't think Japanese is in that much of a threat with the against Ayubid because of the camels. The camel archers can do a lot of damage and can be pretty annoying. Now, both civs might be choosing to do that fast castle gameplay that they are known for, right? Ayubids can reach castle really fast. Japanese also just wants to get there, get those Yorishiro out, those powerful knights. But again, the camels also are going to give a debuff to those super powerful knights from the Japanese.
Now, the problem when you're playing against Aobids is I think you need to respond to what the Aobids is doing. And what you really will struggle with is as Japanese, you do get that pressure that you also need to respond to. And also Aobids can get to castle a little bit faster, considering that they do get that extra villager boost when going for Eco Wing.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. There's also an option for Nams to just age up with more villagers.
Oh,
Yeah, because
Nams?
she's eating the berries and she's not distributing them between the berries, like to not consume them all. So we have to see what she's gonna go for. She might just go for feudal aggression. It's also viable.
That is usually a very good choice against something like Japanese that needs to have those extra resources to do something to make those knights. The problem is when you're playing against Japanese, they usually have a pretty good way of keeping themselves safe. But now with the forward gold, this is going to be a really tough spot for them to be in. Now, as we see, this is going to be a military wing age up, which I'm not surprised about, because you want to force Japanese to make something. Because if you went for eco wing, yes, you have that 3 villager boost, but you don't have the ability to force your opponent to do something about it. So right now we see the extra villages here on the wood. Because she got that first Dark Age wheelbarrow from Japanese, you do struggle quite a bit to have that extra wood to put a tower down instantly.
Exactly. That's also one of the questions I have, right? Like, how much can she actually do anyway with one unit from military wing if Peppino just chooses to drop 1 or 2 towers on the gold? There, and if she even upgrades them, which is not that hard for Japanese since they get that passive stone income from gathering gold, so it's easier for them to upgrade the towers, so it can be easier to defend. Oh, keep talking. Okay. So yeah, that's one of the challenges. How aggressive can you actually be with 1 or 2 units? So if you actually want to punish Japanese for the fast castle, you really have to invest on it. She can, of course, push Japanese out of the berries with the camel, but yeah, I would say Peppino has enough sheep as well to hold herself there pretty much fine until she can reach a castle, and I think she has even enough for a few knights.
Oh, that is going to be so important to have. Just the ability to have these resources in the bank by the time that your opponent is able to put something in your house or in your base. So this is very important when you're trying to go for fast castle, making sure that you have enough to get that knight out. You have enough to get the stable. And that's so important, especially on a map like this where you are quite exposed. The thing is, this tower will be able to protect you. Oh, but
Yeah,
not...
second tower is coming.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but not if we're coming from this side here. Now, guys, I do want to apologize about the cats. I did move them all to the other room, and currently they are weeping. So if you guys do hear them in the chat, let me know so I can just close them off a little bit more. They will be okay. They're just babies and want constant attention.
Oh, good. Yeah, the camo is coming to do some harassment on gold, but now with the tower, as I mentioned, there's pretty much you can do. It has to run away. And the tower is also being upgraded already. I think Peppino is pretty safe, so unless Nams really want to invest there to do damage, she will be able to push away those villagers from berries though, and they are already running for their lives. Okay. Woman, can you give me 1 second? Can you just, yeah, 1 minute?
Okay, now what we're going to be seeing here is we're going to make sure that these guys are, you know, not on berries anymore with those camels. But the thing is, these camels are not just good for that, they're also good at blocking these farms. Luckily, as we can see here, Peppino Pigg was very much drowning in the sheep as she went to scout. So she's going to be able to keep going without doing anything more. And like we said earlier, Aobirds has that ability to age up a little bit faster, but she did go for the eco, or she is going to go for the eco wing, not for the culture wing, which is going to be so powerful for her. The idle time that was caused over here definitely also allowed Peppino Pigg to, you know, have to respond a little bit later. So honestly, Nams right now is in the driving seat. So she is going to be able to click the age up anytime now. We see she clicks up the eco wing and tries to put up a tower here too. Now, usually the question for many people is, do I go for the tower or do I go for a production building? And honestly, we can see with all these villages building together, this is a very risky move because you're just not getting that income at the same time. You have to ask yourself, do I need to get this tower right now? Or can I build it a little bit slower and still get my income without getting pressured? And that would have been the answer here. She would have been able to just get this thing up at a normal time without pulling off so much. Because keep in mind, she's the one with the military. Now, our Japanese player here, Miss Peppino Pigg, she is living her best life right now. She knows that she has double tower, she doesn't need to worry, and she's about to go for Age up as well. Now the question is going to be, what is Nams going to go for the moment she hits castle? Is she going to go for the relics? Is she going to go for a stable and get the camel lances? And we have our answer.
Yeah, now I think it's gonna turn into that relic chasing game, right? They're just gonna compete for the relics. It's a choice you make when you get into this type of game, like against HRE, if they're going fast castle as well. Do you want to get into the relic contest, or do you want to try to punish them for going castle naked like that? I have to say, that's how I mostly play my games against Japanese. I just push them. You push them off gold, you go with the rams, you delete that single stable that they have, and it's really tough if it's not a good player that has had that experience before. It's hard for them to hold, because they end up losing the production, they lose their gold, and castle without gold is very tough to keep going, because what is castle without gold? It's feudal, right? You can only make trash units.
And both of these players will have full access to the gold. This tower, again, showing it will defend once Peppino Pigg does start to make units. And she does. She does. She goes for the instant samurais. So these mounted samurais are going to be really difficult to deal with. But the thing is, we're also going to have camels that deal pretty well with them. I believe in big numbers, though. Mounted samurai do still come out on top. Or is that... Oh, again, I've not played this matchup myself. So I would imagine, and I've seen a lot of games, and it feels like the mounted samurai still come out on top, just because of that deflective shield.
Yeah, exactly. They do also extremely well against French Knights, for example, because they kind of deny that super strong charge from the beginning, right? With their shields. And the camels also debuff the horses firepower in a way. So they are gonna have to keep up with the numbers. Maybe she wants to add, just for defense, some different units, and she's adding barracks, exactly thinking about that already. So that the camels just don't come into the base and she dies for raids.
So the barracks is going to provide a very strong type of utility in terms of you're going to be able to do the counter to what your opponent is doing as well. So if your opponent is just going to go for camel lances and you mix in a few spearmen, the fight will change very, very quickly. And right now, not producing anything out of it. But we can see here what's very important is getting those free Shinto priests. These mounted samurais, they can go take a fight, come back and get healed up. So this is providing such a good, I would say, advantage for the civilization here. And you can see here, she doesn't have the monastery yet, so she just came to bring back those relics and going for the rest of them as well. Want to drop them off close to home. Let's see how this fight turns out.
Peppino also has a lot of idle villagers under TC on that sheep. And I don't think she realizes.
Okay. Now, with the camels taking this fight, this is going to be samurais against camels. And we see they do a chunky bit of damage. A lot of these samurais will have to run back to base, and one does go down. Now, like Bella said here, the idle villagers, Peppino Pigg doesn't realize just yet because they're all gathering around the sheep. So this bugs out a little bit of the UI, and a player is not always informed because we just assume that they're not idle. They just pop out for idle for a few moments. So
yeah,
these bad boys...
The food can be an issue now. She does have like 4 farms that are not being used right now, but apart from there, she doesn't have any food secured yet. She should rally her units, try to secure that deer, but it's very forward. She needs to drop towers there, but she doesn't have wood for towers. So food's gonna be an issue now for Peppino.
Oh, and Peppino does go for the Wololo, and it will go down, but the Shinto priest in the back here is ready to go and pick it up. You are ready to go pick it up, sir? Sir? Never mind. Not ready to go pick it up just yet. She says, let me go for the back one first. This one is close enough to the base. I'll deal with it later. And finally, she does realize, oh, I need to go for the deer. She pulls out a few, and the other farms are somewhat utilized now. With the boys watching this guy work really hard, getting some inspiration from him, and then going out on their own mission.
But she's gonna be without food for a while because of the walking time, setting up everything. It's gonna be low for a minute, and again, it's a very dangerous position. If those camels find them, well, good thing they're busy right now. So Peppino is keeping them the units from Nem's busy, so she can take a bit of control.
And these guys are dropping off relics as much as they can, as close as they can. And now this is that stage of the game where everyone needs to go out on food. As we see here, this samurai just did so much work in stopping this. But now the army needs to be rallied to take care of this. But the thing is, these are archers. They don't do too great against knights, but luckily the camels have joined the party. And this knight should have to back off. Oof, but this thing is taking so much damage.
Yeah, she's gonna be able to push that knight away for now. But I wonder what Nems is scout. She's also sending a camel in direction of the relics in the bottom. But she's not really aware that Peppino is on that deer, just unprotected right now.
And aside from just being on the deer, we have this problem that is happening at the back line here with all the villagers getting taken down. And that advantage that you get from the eco wing, it is all ogre now.
That was a lot of villagers. That was a surprise attack. I think Nems missed a little bit of the scouting. She didn't see when Peppino was moving out with villagers or with units, and that can happen.
Exactly. And we see here now Peppino Pigg up 1. And now Nams needs to fight for her life. The thing is, I think both of these players, they knew when to call it. They know, okay, I've lost a lot. It's time for me to call it. We didn't see that in the previous game. So now I wonder what is going to be the next pick from these plays. So this is a best of 3, by the way. We're going to be seeing the next match pop up in a second so that we can see what our next matchup is. I see Peppino Pigg is not in game just yet. So guys, we're going to go to a quick 2-minute break and then we will be right back. Let me just find the BRB screen. I found it. I'll see you guys in a second. All right. Now, guys, we did get some words that unfortunately Peppino Pigg and them are taking a little bit of a break. So in the meantime, we're going to continue. We're going to go into Deepshine versus Rabbitsweet. Both of these players, very similar ranks at the moment. And Deepshine going again for the Malians. Now, my question is, this game, is Deepshine going to be able to spend that food early on? So, and thank you very much for the raid, Meowasis. Welcome and well played. Hopefully we see you tomorrow. Now,
now this is can be a challenging matchup. Do you want to introduce our players?
Okay, I'm gonna do it all dramatically.
Okay.
In the bottom left, or actually on the left side, we see a lady at arms, scariest woman in the rankings, Deepshine, the raider of dreams, the raider of memes. This woman doesn't stop, but we have found a few of her weaknesses over the last few matches, so I'm feeling like I could finally beat her on ladder. And here with the Chinese name, we do have Rabbitsweet. Rabbitsweet, reigning from China. She is now playing a little bit later. I think it's 8 p.m. over there. We started this to make sure that these players have that opportunity to play at a normal time for themselves. So, Deepshine against Rabbitsweet, definitely a game that I'm excited to see the outcome of. So, yes. But what about the matchup, Bella? Can you tell me about Malians versus French?
As a French player myself, I don't like this matchup. That's very, it can be Malian's favorite, because it depends a lot on mistakes from both players in a way. There are a few options for French here. They can just choose to go feudal harassment, feudal aggression, and pray for Malians to not mess so many units and, just overdo them in micro-win. And just go for lots of archers more than anything and tank the archers with the knight. So there is a chance to do that and try to push the Malians, kill that Pigg mine and so on. Can be challenging. I lost against Nostromia trying to do that. When I was barely diamond, it didn't work. But nowadays it's more feasible, I would say, for me. But it's still really demanding. You can't stop making and so on. Another option is, of course, you just try to match up the eco again, as we were talking about the English versus Malians. French can go 2TC. French can go for map control because, you know, they have the cavalry advantage. So they just do the little thing, go for their TC, get their eco going for themselves, go castle, get those sacred sites, play a little bit more defensive in a way. And just try to get the unit advantage, which are better than the Malians units, including siege as well in late game if you have to go there. So there are different options that French can go to here, because the Malians, we know what they're gonna do, right? They're just gonna go for cow boom, it's kind of expected, and they're gonna play safe in their base, and there's not much you can do if you don't go full all-win. There's no point in making, like, I don't know, 10 knights in feudal age just run around. There's nothing really you can harass at that point. They're just gonna go castle fast, and yeah, it can be tough for French to just try to keep up in feudal if they don't have their eco going well as well. That's a lot of wells. But
So in this case, we have that very strange timing that comes out of French, and we can see that the knight is going to be there before. The Donzo is going to take a while to get out. So this is weird for any Malian player, because you're like, oh, I need to get the Donzo out. But she also doesn't queue up the Donzo first. She goes for Hardened first. And this is something Beastie told me. I should always go for the Donzo first, because the unit is more important than the upgrades. So this is luckily God invented this tiny wood line here. So there is a way to slow this knight down. So Rabbitsweet are not going to be able to collapse on these bad boys, and the Donzo will make it out on time. Now, this knight is going to go back here to the gold and find absolutely nothing.
yeah, exactly. As I mentioned, it's very hard to harass with just a few knights running around. It's hard to pick villagers. And the Donzos, they are gonna throw their spears in the knight's butt if they try to run away anyway. So the knights are gonna take damage. And that's also expensive, because then you have to invest in chivalry to heal your knights, or keep them in the base anyway. So you don't really want to be too aggressive with the knight without reason. Unless you think you really have a chance, because one knight for a villager is also not worth it, right? Like, now she's already taking some damage from those dangerous spears, and she doesn't really have to. She can just scout, keep the knight, maybe protecting that wood line so that Malians don't keep walling. But she can just, you know, play calmly, scout, keep seeing what she's doing, and protect those knights. They are very expensive, and please don't hurt my knights. Oh my god, there's a village coming? Is that a villager?
Which one?
Yeah, there, where you were looking. It's a villager, a tower's coming. On the line.
No. No. This tower's coming? This
Yeah.
woman, oh my god, there's a villager.
That's so risky without archers. That's not gonna work. No. It's one archer, it's not enough. No.
The archer's gonna try, but these knights are gonna take damage too, and this archer will get picked off if they're not careful. I missed it completely. Rabbitsweet just absolutely reinventing the wheel here, but you need units to make said wheel. Now,
the knight's down already.
Just like that, getting a kill is so powerful. And you want to deny the Malian gold, right? But getting it
That
this
tower is
far?
doing nothing. Yeah, that tower is not doing much. And the villager is actually maybe gonna die now that the Donzos are coming back, and they can just throw those spears at the villager. One important thing when playing French and you know your opponent has spears, you don't want to move out if you don't have at least 7, 8 archers minimum, but like 10 is the best.
So,
And
unfortunately, with these amount of Donzos, you just don't have the right swords to take down the rest of these units. So Deepshine will lose these. The archers for now are enough-ish. I was saying enough-ish, but now I see the damage that these guys are doing. The knight
Yeah.
will be able to take down this one Donzo, but now the tower comes up. The thing is, like we said, this is not going to do much. Oh, they're going to snipe it. Oh my god, it's not going to go up.
It's not gonna go up. No.
No.
No. And she lost already so many knights. That's a huge setback.
Now, I want everyone to take a note. The food UI is going to be bugged for you if you're playing games and you're gathering from sheep. Your villagers are not going to look idle. So if you're gathering from sheep, keep an eye on them because we see it happening again with another player here at the top. So this is a little bit of a Monka S here for our Rabbitsweet. She is gonna go for the berries because now the sheep has run out and she's switching to getting more archers and mixing in a few spearmen with these. Now with Donzos they do pretty well against very low numbers of archers, but when you see 2 archery rangers things are gonna start heating up. But the problem is, yes, Deepshine is allowing her cows to rest before they go to work.
Yeah.
But soon enough she will be able to get a lot of food going, and this is going to be very hard for the French to outproduce.
Yeah, I don't like the spears. I think those barracks could be archers instead. Just double down the number of archers. I get it because she lost so many knights, so she wants to pump some front line for the archers. But still, I don't really like that. She's gonna lose the mobility advantage that French has. And oh, yeah.
She doesn't get a charge.
She didn't
off,
charge,
actually.
but yeah. Oh, is she gonna get a one? Okay, that's
But as
a lot
as
of
we know,
damage, though.
yeah, as we know, that this is not as important for Malians. Losing a village or 2 won't change the game, but low knights definitely will.
Yeah, now she has only 2 knights. Okay, yeah.
2 and a quarter.
She still has 2. No, because one is dead. She doesn't have chivalry, right? And she can't use the knight against Donzos. They're just gonna snipe it. She has to bring that knight back to the base ASAP to save him.
And this is now that awful position as French where you're like, okay, the Malians behind all of this, they probably have set up for the later stages of the game. And we see with the amount of gold that Deepshine's getting, she's just making cows at the speed of light, trying to keep this up and going. And she's going to be able to keep producing units too. She stopped now for a little bit, being a little bit greedy, because when you're playing Malians, it's so important to keep producing units. This is something I also didn't do, and I got very much schooled on this. Just asking yourself, okay, I made a cow, but did I make a unit as well? So every single time, you need to just keep producing, because otherwise, that's the only way your opponent can outdo you.
I mean, yes, but she also doesn't want to over-make units, right? She needs to find that sweet spot, I would say. She needs to scout, see what's coming. She does have already the advantage in spears. There are only 5 knights running around. She's at 11 spears. 5 javelin throwers as well are fine against 10 archers. She's in a good quantity. So that's why she's already throwing that second pit mine. And yeah, looking to castle and making 1 or 2 more units here and there when needed.
And this is the only place where you can punish Malians right now, is over here when you go out for that second pit mine, especially because it's not a very safe pit mine. The thing is, with that amount of units, as you said, the sweet spot, you just don't want to lose any of these. So what you want to do is you just want to be able to target fire with the Donzos, get another knight or 2, especially now that Chivalry has kicked in and we see the little health bars popping up behind their heads. So they're going to be able to heal up and take a better fight. But again, French is constantly making units. Deepshine is not. But even if she cleans this up, and when I say cleans this up, if she cleans this up, it's going to be fine for Deepshine, as she's just going to be able to go and fall back onto that cow economy. Now the knights are doing a turn, so they might go for a different position.
Yeah, you just have to take care of the knights that they don't go too far away by themselves without the archers, but also Sweet Rabbit was for a little bit of a while there with not enough people on food, and that's gonna delay. She already has a lot of wood and gold, and 15 on food for 2 archery ranges, TC, and the landmark for stables. That's not gonna hold it. Okay, now she has 26. She went for boar and everything outside. Okay. Let's see if that stabilizes, but it's a very expensive fight there that we were watching.
We were, but then at the backline, there's more stuff happening. The thing is, these horsemen that are mixed in here too, they're taking the focus away from the knights, and this is allowing her to pick off these donzas while they're trying to do some damage. Now, at the back here, Rabbitsweet doing an amazing job at killing villagers, but...
She has to take care that she doesn't overextend though with those knights, they stay alive. She lost one.
Exactly, and they're gonna keep falling. The thing is, those are as good as dead, but the problem is, like we said, Malians, they're not as reliant on being even in villages because they're gonna be able to just outproduce with that passive food, and we can see that's exactly what's happening right now. This Grand Fulani is being dropped, and now the food income per minute is going to spike. Right now, just from cows, we can see that's almost 600 food per minute, which is just a little bit lower than French on board. Hey.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Oh, it happens to me when I'm nervous. I forget to build meals. I send my villagers to board and I think, okay, when the alert comes for me to, you know, micro the villagers to not lose them, then I make a meal and I end up forgetting what's happening, especially in team games with so much stuff going on. So it happens to anyone.
Yeah, the problem is you just don't notice these things because, again, they're not giving you any notification. We don't know if they're idle or not. Now, I tell us all this time the TC trying to keep things alive, but now let's watch that food income per minute spike. So we do see siege engineering being chosen here from Monsieur or Mademoiselle French here. So Rabbitsweet definitely going to need to do a lot of damage, especially now with losing all those very expensive knights. That was also the back of the base. So 800 food per minute almost.
She has 10 villagers lead right now after those 8 kills that she got by splitting her army with the knights on the left, just picking up those villagers. But is that enough? You know, we lost a lot of units. We are at 9 archers now against Castle Age Malians.
Now, Castle Age is going to come out for our French player too, but she doesn't have the gold to get all those spiky little upgrades for her knights. She'll be able to get one, then another one, but those very expensive upgrades that we get from the Royal Institute are going to take a while, and if she loses another knight, and she does, these are just not going to hit the same. 3 knights with those upgrades.
She doesn't have the gold for the upgrades from the Royal Institute. How many she has on gold right now?
6, yeah, you can see here, she's just getting that 6. Now, Bella, as a French player, how much gold do you need the moment you hit castle then?
Oh, I like to have in the bank when I reach castle at least 700-800 so I can upgrade the knights and get royal bloodline if I go with that landmark. But you have to think also at long term, right? She only has 3 knights right now. Is it even worth it to go royal bloodlines with 3 knights in the field? Why not just go long-term investment like the Malians are already doing with the cows anyway, so you can match that up, get the guild hall and start, for example, on Arbalétrier instead, since she already doesn't have that many horses to upgrade anyway. So you have to consider which landmark would be the best play here. She needs some other income to match up with the Malians. Maybe she's gonna drop a second TC eventually in castle. That would also be interesting, but she needs to keep up with the passive income. Oh, those archers are gonna be deleted. Oh no.
Oh, they are. And the problem is, these are just feudal little archers. They don't have any upgrades, but Sofas also don't care. Sofas just run through everything. And now these numbers are starting to get scarier and scarier. And we see Deepshine is going for a pure Sofa build again. She's just so confident in these Sofas to do the actual work. And this is going to cost French another 5 villages here too. These Sofas would potentially even be able to switch over to the deer villages down the back here.
Yeah, and you can see Rabbitsweet a little bit panicking by seeing all the horses. She's going immediately into spears. And again, I say, why not going for Arbalétrier? She already has a few archery ranges anyway. And since she has the Royal Institute, she can get the upgrades there for them as well. And deal a little bit better against the Sofas.
And those Sofas, the numbers are just so scary. We can see these guys, the upgrade for the tower desperately trying to come in. But that tower is just going to be burnt down if she's not careful. The spearmen are here, but honestly, in these numbers, Sofas are just going to run right over you. The upgrade does come in, but it's not going to be enough to to deteriorate or to deter these guys from running right into them. And she could have maybe gone out and tried to fix it, but now these villagers are just going to run for another part of safety. This tower is also upgraded, but again, just going to be able to be burnt down if Deepshine so decides.
Yeah, she doesn't have the numbers right now to defend her external food sources. Again, if she maybe had a TC on that deer and boar, would have been easier to secure to defend. But it's gonna get challenging, and she doesn't even have a reason anymore to fight there. She can just rescue the villagers from that tower, set back, try to mess a bit the units, because she is not gonna be able to make it.
Now the problem is the Malian army just keeps replenishing, and French right now is idle. So yes, you do have these external food sources. It looks okay for you, but this food is about to run out. The units are about to expand on your face, and that's exactly what they're doing. More of these bad boys right on top of her. And now they're just going straight for the tower. They know, I just need to get the tower down, and then we're good to go. 3 villagers go down in the process too. And
yeah,
now
the numbers are even now. Yeah, the villager count is even. However, it's not the same, right? Because of the passive income from Malians. So it means that actually Malians has an advantage there. They are ahead for sure.
Yeah, we can see that with the income per minute now, and the food is just flatlining. 32 villages idle. This is gonna mean, yeah, there's a lot more stuff happening on the map that we can see ourselves. I feel like Rabbitsweet is just completely overwhelmed by Deepshine Sofas, and Sofa's actually proving to be a little bit of a menace, even against the Night Civilization.
And I think the Rabbitsweet decided to gather stone to drop that keep in between the production to try to get some units cheaper out of it, because she just had like 900 stone that she was gathering. But I'm not so certain. She could have used that stone for a TC. I mean, it's not like even cheaper units, she still can't make it because she doesn't have enough food. So maybe secure a TC on food, but that's gonna be it. And that's GG called.
Yeah, she realizes this might just not be the game for me. And Deepshine gets that sweet victory against Rabbitsweet. Now, Rabbitsweet is also one of the favorites to be able to qualify for this event. And a lot of, for those of you who don't know, the people who are playing here, they're all pretty excited to play for this spot, because this is not just any spot. This is a spot to play with some of the top players in the world in a 2v2 tournament. And I think for a lot of people, that is just a dream come true, right? Now, yeah. I know a lot of us are kind of used to these people because they're all like pals of ours, but it's not something that a lot of people can imagine. When you're playing a game, for a lot of people, this is like, oh, I would love to play with this person or that person, or I would love to meet this person. And now these girls, they get to play with the best of the best. Now, the next matchup is going to be Delhi versus English on Hill and Dale. Now, I'm really glad we put Hill and Dale on this map pool because I hate it, and it forces me to practice it. So, how do you feel about Hill and Dale in general? Do you think Deepshine is going to win this just because she has Delhi, or is English going to be able to stop this?
I mean, I think Dale is one of those maps that kind of motivates a more turtle playstyle with the hills protecting your base, easy to wall. But at some point, you do have to go out for that external source of gold in the middle. And English can have an advantage there to secure their base and also to be aggressive with the landmarks, right? When moving out for the gold outside, during Castle Age, you can already think about throwing that landmark, even covering one of the sacred sites from Delhi. You can think about that. It depends a bit on the spawn, so we are going to see that together, how it goes. But Delhi can pump out a lot of units super fast. So if English cannot keep up, can be a challenge.
Okay. Yeah, when we're getting to the mid-game where Delhi just has more of units, I think it's such a difficult transition for English. But we've seen a few Monka steer kind of plays from a lot of players, as some people have actually just opened with a lot of farms at the start. I don't know. The thing is, Rabbitsweet is from China, right? So what that actually means is China usually runs in a vacuum. A lot of people don't know this, but the strategies that come from Chinese players are usually very much not things we see in our part of the world. So usually what we've been seeing from some Western players is that they open with a few farms at the start, and it's just so nice to have that when playing against Delhi, because you can just out-sustain. Now, as far as Dia goes, English got the better spawn here. They'll be able to protect this pretty easily, and Rabbitsweet has to go forward. When you're playing against English, as long as you keep English in their base, this is not going to matter, but you need to make sure that you keep them in their base.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And the Gazi can also be a problem for longbows. So I'm curious to see which landmark she's going to choose to go with. If she's gonna go with the king and maybe even have some stables of her own to have some horsemen getting some map control as well to contest the sacred sites of Delhi with the quick Ghazi running around. That could be an option because, yeah, and the Abbey of Kings is coming. But let's see if she's gonna add her own horses there to contest a little bit of the mobility, right? That Delhi has that huge advantage. That's gonna be interesting to see how they choose to play this. That's one of the things I love in this game. There are a few options you can do for any matchup, especially, if I may say so, at our rank. You know, where we stand right now, everything is viable. I think it's so much more fun than being a pro player and having that meta, the only thing that works, and repeating. We have so much freedom to play around with different strategies and different approaches to solve problems, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is also what I love. The fact that you can probably tower rush with every civilization in our rank and recover from that. There is so much that can be done, and I love it as well. This is what makes it so nice to have our own little league, so we don't have to compete with everyone, right? We can just see what works in our rank and our tournaments.
Just like the past game that I mentioned, French can try to push. It's because we are where we are. If you're talking about a Beastie, for example, playing against Marine Lord, he's probably not gonna do that. He's gonna go 2TC, right? As French against Valis, if he even plays that, if he gets that matchup. But we have more opportunities to be more flexible, to try things out, because our opponents are not always prepared to handle anything that we want to do. We can be, you know, good with surprises in a way, surprise strategies.
Exactly, and the thing is, Deepshine doesn't like surprises, though. We see that because her scout came to see if there's going to be a second TC. Now, a smart man once told me that if you go... You don't like it?
I don't like second TC against Delhi.
That's exactly what I was about to say. He told me that if you go second TC against Delhi, you're dead. You're just dead. Now, what does make this slightly different, though, is it's on Hill and Dale. And Hill and Dale, it just has that ability to force games later. Because your TC, you can keep it a little bit safer. You can push out units and use your double TC to fire back at them. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. The second TC gets plopped down on the gold very, very safely to ensure that maybe you don't get run over by Delhi's mass. But the thing is, Deepshine has a very big mass, and she will force this TC down if Rabbitsweet is not careful.
She doesn't even have to. What you end up doing when you go to TC against Delhi is you give the military number advantage to your opponent. Delhi's gonna have the numbers, and they don't actually have to push you. They are gonna take all the sacred sites. I see that two of the sacred sites are very close from each other on the right side, so she can throw a keep there at some point and defend there super easily. This is going to give Delhi to have the opportunity to have that huge map control, which you don't really want in this map because of the gold in the middle, though. So yeah, and the problem is also that Delhi, once they get the sacred sites, they can choose to go castle and start dropping keeps in the middle, which are TCs. So you give too much window of opportunity to Delhi, I feel like, if you're not aggressive against them. So let's see. Yeah, she chose to make the horsemen, as I mentioned, but English is going to have their own horses in the field. But there are already 5 Ghazis outside running around right now.
The horsemen are going to take a while to get going, exactly. And with this amount of Ghazis, provide some mobility though, but the question is, where do the Ghazis attack, right? It's not like there's a lot of opportunities here, but the king providing that mobility as well for the English horses is going to be so important, because the Ghazis will take damage, and if English reacts fast enough, they can just pull back and heal their units up and take this fight again and again. And I'm expecting to see exactly that. We see them taking this fight, and the Ghazis are focusing the king, because again, this is such an expensive unit to lose. You don't want to lose that king, but now they just pull back.
I think the role of the horseman here is not to engage Ghazi. I think what she has to do with the horses is mass a few and try to snipe those monks. Is it Delhi? Yes. Is it monk?
Yeah, I believe that they are monks. Oh, they're scholars.
Scholars. Yeah, sorry, I don't play Delhi. Yeah, if she snipes them to deny sacred sites, to delay the passive gold income, she's in a good position. But she can't really engage the Ghazis that much. She can maybe choose to make some spears in the base as English to defend from the Ghazi, but that's not really what you want to do there, fighting them face to face like that, in my opinion. She could already be killing them, the scholars outside.
Yeah, and she's sending them right on top of the Ghazis, but I think it's because of the numbers she has here, and she knows that these are pretty much split. And with the king's support, as we can see, this is just not allowing them to do that usual Ghazi aggression that we see. She also dropped down a second stable, so Deepshine is doubling down, and they're like, hey, let's just do horse against horse in this case. But now the scholars, like you said, are not being pressured, but now Ghazis are starting to go down, and now English has a really high mobility unit they can actually use to go and stop those external food sources that Delhi needs to transition to.
Exactly. I think she got a good kills there. Deepshine wasn't paying attention, stopped running with the horses. All English has to do now is stay aware, keep scouting, pick up those scholars, and literally they can castle rage themselves and try to be the first ones to have the keeps outside.
But we see the English army is split all around, trying to just... Oh,
yeah, there we go. Nice.
Cleaning up something. And another Ghazi head laying down on the ground here. Horse body right under the TC. And now, all of a sudden, English is controlling the pace of the game. And remember what I said about having forward food sources, and as long as you're the one keeping English in their base, you're going to be fine. I think Rabbitsweet just showed us how to do that otherwise. Just
I think
make more horses.
I think she's doing fine, exactly. The only issue is that by trying to keep up with Delhi now, it needs a lot of wood for those horsemen. And as you can see, there's not that many farms around. And there are how many villagers on deer right now from English?
On deer, we have up a lot.
It's gonna
16.
Yeah. It's gonna be over in no time at all, and then she has to run for external sources of food if she wants to keep making units fast enough.
Yeah, because like you said, that flatlined for a while. It was on 7 horsemen for a hot moment. Now, English needs to be careful here. You can't lose your king. You don't have all that gold to replenish it. The scout is in a little bit of danger, but they're trying to pull back. The scout will go down, and the king needs to go back and heal, just so we don't lose another expensive unit. And we see down 6 horses down all on the field right now. But the Ghazi numbers, 13. So you don't want to keep losing these. These knights are healing up. So this is going to make it a little bit easier to keep taking those fights. We see again, horses healing up, the king ready to do some damage. And the mobility from English is just showing itself here. Deepshine is in trouble because now that 2 TC is going to start kicking in and the villager lead will show.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I meant she can have her own barracks. English can have their own barracks in the base to make a few spears just to defend, is because so that it doesn't happen what just happened. The horses were just in front of the base, not being able to move to defend from the Ghazis. And that's not what you want. You want to contest the sacred site. You want to pick those scholars. They are now taking the sacred sites. She's already with a lot of gold in the bank, Deepshine. And yeah, we see again the horses can't move out anymore. And Delhi has the control of the map because of that.
Exactly. Just the fact that she was able to keep up with those Ghazi numbers compared to the horses, she's able to take this map control back, like I said. And now, again, the food's safe because now we have map control. So the villager difference of 3 is not really that impressive for English right now. The thing is, it's going to start... It's going to start showing its head the moment these sources run out and Delhi needs to go further out. So as long as she keeps producing these horses, she should be okay.
Oh, the horses sneak out. But again, that's a lot of Ghazi sitting in front of your base. I hope they don't go in, they don't dive there. But the Delhi is already getting castle very soon, and we are going to start seeing keeps being thrown everywhere.
And we see with the barracks drop, this is not just going to be a castle, this is going to be a men-at-arms switch.
Yeah.
Because men-at-arms, they just do things a lot better than you would expect. You see, she needs a little bit more gold to be able to get there, and the sacred sites are being decapped, so these bad boys are going to need to switch their eyes onto gold if she wants to age up. 2050 Deepshine.
I don't know why she decided to build all those houses with all the villagers. Look! 4 houses, no.
I was going to say that sacred site is going to give it to her, but now she still needs 4. It might tick for that last bit, but guys, keep in mind, when you hit Castle as Delhi, it takes a hot moment to get your upgrades. She does get enough, and she will get compound of the defender, but now also she needs to get gold for gulams, men-at-arms.
Men-at-arms. And now English is going with the spears to defend the base, but it's also a bit late because the horses were just not being able to move around because of the lack of spears in the base.
Exactly.
I wonder if she scouted the... Where's the English scout?
English scout? Probably the same place as mine usually is, just standing in the middle of nowhere.
Oh no, okay.
Middle of nowhere.
We have no clue of the barracks that are coming, of the age up. That's gonna be rough, and that's a lot of Ghazis. Oh my god.
There's a lot of Ghazis, but they're very low Ghazis. Until they get blessed by the scholars, they're really going to struggle to take these guys. And just like that, they're in range of the scholar. The scholar will stand here. Ooh, he'll go pick up this free relic at the front. And Rabbitsweet does not respond to this. She doesn't realize. Okay, she's pulling back. She's like, okay, you aged up. I will follow suit in a second. Now my question is she going to go for the King's Palace to try get economically ahead even more? Or is she just going to go for her little keep to protect this base already? Or even secure a gold?
Yeah, it's kind of tempting to drop in between those 2 golds, isn't it? Mm-hmm.
And it's also tempting to drop
or
over
there.
Here. Because if you put it here, you get the wood, you get this gold as well, and you get a big stone. But I know...
And a sacred site.
Oh,
there's a sacred site right beneath it. So you can kind of defend easier.
All of it. Exactly.
All of it.
That is going to be... Ooh, and we see the boys coming forward to just build a wall. So with this passive walling, I'm assuming... I was going to say a King's Palace, but no. The White House still comes up. But guys, keep in mind, this gold in the base, I believe... Is it depleted? No. There's still a little bit left. We're good. So
it's
she
the
doesn't need...
safest gold on planet Earth.
Yeah. Nobody is going to break that gold. But also this means the farms are pretty safe-ish. The problem is the next gold is very far out. There's not even a wood line that will make this safe. So you're really going to have to make a play to keep this safe. Oh, but the horses are engaging into the spears, and that's not what you want to do here. You want spear on spear. But between all those spears, we've got men-at-arms. And men-at-arms, they don't care about your horses.
Yeah, she doesn't have to take that fight before going castle. She can wait for the upgrades and everything. Just play defensive. Yep, now the white tower is gonna do its job. Taking some units even.
Total. Oof. These Ghazis actually falling to the ground, but we do see the upgrades queued up instantly. Veteran horsemen coming in, spearmen coming in, and men-at-arms joining the party too. Now, as you guys can see over here, the rest of the upgrades take a lot longer for Delhi. But now, we already have a Delhi that is bringing these, relics close to base. So
and
this
not just relics. If you look at the stone, as we talked about earlier, keeps are gonna start coming very soon.
Yeah, because village fortresses, another 4 minutes, and then those keeps will be producing villages themselves. And English's 2 TC is not going to be as impressive once Delhi has 3 keeps up. Now, I would expect Delhi to use that keep to take control of another gold or another stone so that they can just ensure that they get more keeps out on the map. And we see these villages being pulled forward. So we see the keep on 2 golds. And this is honestly a very greedy keep. If Rabbitsweet spots this, she needs to contest it.
But I don't think she has the numbers to contest that. you can't prevent that kid from coming up against 20 Ghazi running around, third 16 men-at-arms now.
Keep in mind, these are feudal Ghazis. They are not upgraded yet, are they? Those are just normal Ghazis.
That's the good side, right? Against Delhi, at least, even if they age up, you do have a timing still. Because the upgrades take a minute to come up. And how many scholars? She's on 5 scholars. I don't think the number is very impressive, so the upgrades are gonna take their time to come up.
And this is why it's so important to keybind your scout and make it run around, because if she saw this, this would never go up. Now the Ghazis are going to make a turn, and the thing is they'll be able to burn this quite a bit, so she will either have to pull back or launch an attack of her own. But now, these goals are secured.
Goats, food, and the entrance directly to the sacred sites. Now if English wants to contest those sacred sites, they have to go around to not die for the keep in the middle.
Yeah, Berkshire is the only thing that will contend here, but also Berkshire here, something with a very big range. But now the boys are going to have to put reinforcements in the base. The Ghazis are inside. They have breached the defenses. And that's a lot of Ghazis. That's not what you want to fight with a few men-at-arms. Ghazi Raiders are not upgraded yet, but English decides to go for a counter-attack. And we do see an attack on both sides. Another sacred site being capped, though.
Yeah, the villagers' numbers are also starting to show a lot of difference now. 80 to 60 villagers, those 2 TC are paying off right now. But those men-at-arms against Ghazi, even though they are few, are they still feudal? Yeah,
all the way.
But they still holding pretty well. Yeah, they're gonna.
You think with men-at-arms that you can take them, especially when your men-at-arms are castle. But that just showed us that those maces do work. And the reinforcements arrive. But this is actually a really big loss for Deepshine, because those Ghazis were expensive. If she came in, caused some idle time and pulled out, this would be okay. But now this is a really scary army from English. Like you said, this is going to keep snowballing. And just like that, Deepshine's like, I need more keeps, I need more villager production, and that's exactly what's going on here. But there's so much idle time in the base. The horses are here to clean up. The men-at-arms are also doing some good work. But Deepshine is also dealing with an English who has a safe-ish gold right now. And I feel like English is controlling the pace of the game.
Yeah, she didn't have to get inside the English base with all the 20 Ghazi that she had, even because it's English. Where are you gonna harass anyway? The farms are under White Tower, right? The wood line is under White Tower. I don't think she had to do that with the Ghazis. Maybe just harass the walls, take 2 Ghazi inside to, cause some confusion, but keep the rest of the Ghazi aware of the situation on the map, like for example that stone that is being shared out. They see it. Deepshine sees it.
And she's rallying the spicy villagers to try and fight, but these spicy villagers are not as spicy as English villagers, and also they are reinforcements.
Yeah.
So that horse won't even be able to clean these up either. And even if they get a few Vil kills, it's not enough to contend with that second TC. Village fortresses have kicked in, so we will be seeing the villager production from Delhi coming in too. But these units are so expensive to lose. Lance is going down now with these horsemen, and the king just making sure that when they do run around, they keep things alive. We do hear the king going down. Rest in pieces. It's the king.
Rest in pieces.
Request cut in patch. Now, the thing is that gold is still pretty safe, and Deepshine has a way to come back from this. This is now, I feel like English has the game by the balls, and she's about to let that English speak for itself. With the amount of resources that we're seeing being floated here from English, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Berkshire anytime soon now. So she's not making any more units. She's getting upgrades. Is she getting ready for Imperial?
I mean, Delhi is also floating a lot of gold. I don't know if Deepshine intends on putting a market down and fixing up that, buy some food, maybe. That's usually what you do as Delhi, right? Because of the sacred sites, you end up having too much gold. But I'm not sure if English is ready for Imperial just yet, as the military numbers are not really favorable right now.
She's definitely not ready, and I don't think she knew either, because she was just idling with the food, not really sure what she wanted to do. But now we can see her queuing up the units and realizing that she's playing against crossbows, gets a mangonel too in that mix. Now,
And
this
men
is...
at arms. She needs some crossbows ASAP.
She's
She has nothing against them.
Because crossbows can be dealt with horses, but not in these numbers. You need a lot more of those to be able to take them down. And
No,
the
I mean
stone
English.
walls-
English needs some crossbows of their own because they have nothing against men at arms right now.
Oh, and this is going to be a huge loss of villagers. And all of a
Yeah.
sudden, that villager difference is not going to mean so much anymore. If more of these go down, now only a 23 difference. It was a 30, so this is looking better and better for Deepshine.
14 men at arms out in the field. I think she noticed that English has nothing that kills them, and she's just messing them like crazy.
Yeah, the moment
It's gonna be hard to stop.
Yeah, the moment you give in and you're like, oh, my men-at-arms will deal with these men-at-arms. Will they, though? Will they? I don't think so.
Not
And now,
enough.
another barracks being popped down. She's like, I need more men-at-arms. And Rabbitsweet,
No.
honestly, throwing away so much military. This is
Yeah.
looking really scary.
Yeah, she brought the mango in the hope that it's gonna help clean up some of those units, but unfortunately I don't think that's enough. And if the men-at-arms get on top of that mango, it's even more dangerous.
She does push them back, but this is not a confident pushback that you're hoping for. Look at these guys also just swerving around because they know that English needs to go on the map for resources right now. And these crossbows do get caught out a little bit, but the men-at-arms are right behind them ready to defend. And the army numbers just aren't here. They're going right for the mangonel. The mangonel is in danger. It's pulling back. The villagers are there to fight them as well. But English, you'll have spicy villagers, but your villagers are not that spicy. Men-at-arms will just go right through you. And
I think she wanted to repair with the villagers, but it was just not fast enough. Repair the mango.
Delhi now looking quite commanding.
Yeah.
The gold also being pushed off completely, just men-at-arms in queue, and you're making men-at-arms against someone who's confidently running 16 crossbows. So this is just going to be more and more units rally to their death. Rabbitsweet just not responding to the composition from Deepshine.
And that barracks that she just dropped there, I don't know if that was the best place to put it, because it's completely denied anything that comes out of it. The crossbows are just gonna snipe it.
Now the outpost does get reinforced. These villagers have fought a good fight. A ton of them went down. Now only a 12 villager difference. And this tower is doing really good, though. It's, I believe, also target fire. No, I was saying target firing the crossbows, but no. More villagers going down. Now a 10 villager difference. And yes, some of these units are starting to fall, but behind all of this, we see the farm transition from Delhi that is usually so difficult to get set up is set up.
Yeah, and even though that tower is reinforced, now the men-at-arms are gonna take care of it. There are no units to defend it, to support the tower. That relic's still there as well. No one decided to go pick it up.
No one indeed, and this tower does fall, so these guys being sniped left and right, not really gonna be sniped for too long. The tower here at the front,
Oof.
not doing much, but the keep definitely doing some work on the villagers. Sniping them one by one. They need to pull back, and another one.
Yeah. And another gold is denied by that keep. That's the problem with Delhi. You have to expect a lot of keeps on the map. Another keep!
Another keep! Another keep! Let me just get crackety in here.
It's keeps everywhere! Keep!
For the
Another
sound
nice
effects.
keep! Amazing! Huge!
Yes, just like that, Crackety, the man who we are quoting today. Guys, I do see Rabbitsweet though. She has decided to put all her units in her base and transition. So now with the horses, she's got a lot, but our friends have come to join the party. And war elephants don't take a lot of damage from men-at-arms either. They need a lot of spears, but these horses do need to collapse on top of these crossbows. And they do, but are they going to be able to kill enough of them to actually bring this game to the late game? Now just the 6 villager difference, so the economies, let's see, income per minute. English still getting a lot more food per minute, but the other resources are getting scarce.
Yeah, English is completely out of gold right now. There's nowhere they can go. Oh, I think English is trying to move out in that gold in the middle. Yeah, yeah, it is. But there are units waiting for them. So that can
And
be a
now-
problem.
The thing is, this fight was completely won by English, right? But they already replaced that army, and there is yet
Oh, another keep!
Not the keep.
Another keep! Amazing!
Wow.
huge.
Huge.
And these guys are just not going to be able to do anything to this keep. It has the emplacement as well, just making it so much stronger at this point of the game. Crossbows just punishing anyone who dares come close. Men-at-arms at the ready. And spearmen are hoping to make anything magical happen. These villagers may not even realize that their mining camp hasn't been finished.
Eesh, that is a problem. They're gonna have to go to China to deliver their gold.
Yeah, but China luckily is only about 2 Chinas away, so...
Or
let's
from
see the
India. From India to America or to England.
Yeah, we're getting this from like
Yeah.
the Hainan province to the Mongolian region, and unfortunately now these are trebuchets, and you guys know a trebuchet. This is not something we deal with easily. The elephants reinforcing as well. What a time to be alive. We have a game with elephants, but now the horse numbers are kind of scary. So Deepshine needs to be careful, but at the same time, she's going Imperial. So, does she need to be careful? Guys, come on.
I think the eco from English is not looking too hot right now, as you say it. 16 wood, 6 gold. She can't make meat units or scouts. I mean, she can take scouts if she wants to, but slowly but surely. Oh my god, those villagers.
Guys,
It's
they
like
notice. They notice. They're like, we just wanted to see that you guys are fit. And look at how well we cleaned up all these horses. The horses have been instrumental at keeping this game alive, but now she needs to be careful. She needs to move back and be able to secure that goal before losing any more military. Because now English does have that villager lead again, but you also have a much more exposed base and a Delhi who's controlling most of the map. So
Yeah, definitely. The horses are not the best counters against elephants and men-at-arms, for sure. She could just use the horses for some harassment here and there, but to take the main fight there was not the best idea, I think. We just lost a lot of units, and we don't have the wood to replenish those horsemen anytime soon.
now it feels like Rabbitsweet is going for her Berkshire any second now, and that is exactly what she's going to do. She's getting it here, which should be able to reach this goal too, but it's not going to put pressure at all on this keep. It does also protect the rest of the base here, but honestly, Delhi could just go right in here, kill all of this without the White Tower being able to do anything. So now, Deepshine, we need to see what she does in the late game. This is now the Battle of Giants. The elephant upgrade's coming in too. Ooh, she wants to do some feisty things.
She wants to put some Doombos on the field, for sure. I'm super excited. I love the elephants, by the way. And just from seeing them being used now, it's... my day, has been done. I'm happy.
Now, the problem is we need to get a little bit of vision over here so that she can deny this keep and the farms around it as well. But I don't think the vision is going to be too easy to get, especially because I was about to say the army is very, very stagnant right now. Not really sure what they want to be doing with themselves. These guys you can see here with the stone walls coming up, she's going to be able to constantly pressure from the top side here, and these walls are quite flimsy too.
Yeah, exactly. She still has some Ghazi, and she's using them properly, just trying to keep them on the other side. Something like what we should be doing with the horsemen as English as well. Don't just leave them there just standing. They can't again take that fight with the elephants and all the other men-at-arms. The horsemen are not gonna be that useful in that huge fight if they take in the middle, but she can use them to harass.
And we see what she's going to do though is just use a trebuchet to break this down. Old school, old trebuchet, just making sure to make the life a little bit harder. But once the trebuchet starts firing here and units start responding, I believe the Berkshire is going to get a little bit of a better vision stance here. The boys are looking to collapse though, and they're spring ult. So these horses also need to be careful to not get collapsed on Oh, actually, there's no spearmen in the mix. Never mind. These horses are fine, but they need to go for the siege. The crossbows don't take a very big hit, but it could have been a lot more frisky.
The mango driver is a bit drunk today, so they safe for now.
Oh, for now, but they do split up. The spring ult is ready for this as well, but just not target fire, and it goes down. But the horses are doing amazing work in cleaning these up. And Deepshine's in danger.
Yeah, that's how you want to use the horsemen in fights like this, because they can't face the units, but if you manage to flank them and pick up those expensive siege, then of course it's really worth it.
Yeah, this is starting to be a very big choke point here as well, and I feel like Deepshine is just not sure how to fight into this Berkshire. The thing is, there is probably not a lot of options, because even if you bring siege forward, the Berkshire is just going to tap them. But why are we pushing this side? There's so much to kill over here. Just shut down the economy, get into the backline, and you already have the units in position.
Exactly. I don't think that Berkshire is that much of a threat right now, especially if you look at the eco numbers. The bank that Deepshine has is insane. So she can't just mass units right now, go 200 pop, just ignore that Berkshire, go around and attack the base.
I think we just missed something, Bella. Are you aware of what bell just rang?
What bell?
The bell, the Delhi bell, the sacred site
Oh!
bell. Rabbitsweet might not have this in the bag just yet. I just realized now we're getting some extra plays happening. These guys need to decap. The villagers are trying to stop this from getting decapped, but the timer is stopped. The problem is the mangonels are going to be able to do some work. These crossbows, again, in danger. They need to be careful. So English, even though it has that economy lead, you have to be so careful, and the keep is just not going down. We see English trying to also put a keep right on top of this, but this is going to need to be a lot of villagers, and the keep might just punish them for it.
Oh, so that explains a lot why Deepshine is not attacking. She doesn't even have to. She can just chill, wait, make units to defend, and she will be fine. She just has to hold.
The problem is she doesn't have the production for it. We can see she's floating so many resources and just not producing anything out of it. Right now, these English units are flooding the base, and with these rams knocking at the keep, we're going to see this sacred site decap. Deepshine, just spend your resources and you win this game.
Indeed. Can we check how many barracks and stables she has right now?
She?
You have a control group for that?
I do not. Oh, wait, I do! Oh my god, I do!
6 stables, 4 and 4. It's not 2 siege workshop. That's not enough for sure. Look how many units she has in queue right now. 20 men-at-arms out of those 4 barracks. That's gonna take a while.
And honestly, this is what cost her a previous, almost cost her a previous game as well. And this looks like Rabbitsweet decapping the sacred site. Oh, she's really trying to keep this one alive. It's so close.
She's gonna decap them. Oh my god, it's so
Tick-tock.
close.
TikTok, their army mass is just not able to keep up. The villagers will get this thing up.
Oh, the
soon.
men-at-arms ran out. Oh no, it went outside of the sacred site. Okay,
So-
we have more units now.
2 more seconds.
And the keep is up.
They keep us up. And now this is not going to be a fight that Deepshine can contest anymore. Delhi is just finally also queuing up more and more units, but again, we didn't see extra production buildings being added. And now, this is English's game to push.
Yeah, that was so close. Oh my god.
I can't believe we missed the bell, but at least we have the bell now. We know that Deepshine was cooking, but she just wasn't ready for what Rabbitsweet had on the menu as well.
And she does have the stone. She could just drop another keep on that sacred side. But we didn't do it on time.
Now I think the key play here is going to be, do I get Boiling Wheel? Do I get my Berkshire emplacements? I need to now be ready to take this Delhi push, because now Delhi's upgrades are starting to kick in, right? And English is also getting theirs, but Delhi at this point of the game should have a little bit more, and they should have a bit of an advantage, but again, the eco difference is just also showing. If Deepshine had more production earlier, she would have been able to clean this up.
Yeah.
But these elephants are pretty good, though. She also got all the elephant upgrades too, so these hand cannoneer elephants are just going to punish these guys for overextending a little bit.
Definitely, and this is actually an example of we are watching live right now of a snowball English. Now the spamming of units is just becoming a bit overwhelming as well. So if she gets enough crossbow numbers, those elephants are also not going to be able to hold for long enough.
And I love the fact that Rabbitsweet is raiding. Look at
Yeah,
this.
the knights in the base. Damn. And she's turning this around. She saw that she has the momentum and she's taking it. The crossbows are just destroying the dumbbells right now. Aiming at them. Just target firing them. Yep. And she's able to hold it.
Deepshine is slowly losing her grip on this game. We can see the elephants desperately coming out of here, and they're doing really well, but they're going down so quickly because they're alone. There's just nothing to support them. And with this keep being dropped at the front of the base, I would not be surprised if Deepshine just GG's out of this moment. The economy has been shut down here on the farms quite a bit, and the rest of the eco is very far out of the base. The thing is, it is protected, sure, but for how long? Because now English's army is just getting scarier and scarier, and they're not getting baited by these keeps. They're just saying, I'm gonna keep pushing forward. It's fine. Let me just go to your base and kill your production. You already have none of it.
Definitely. Look at that, it's a destruction. And now that the economy from English is going, she won't stop making. And GG is called again. Well played, both of the girls. Well played, Deepshine and Rabbitsweet.
And guys, we finally have a 1-1 here. And that just shows us that Deepshine is beatable, especially now that we have Rabbitsweet on the map. Now, on the other side of the bracket, we did get word that Nams did not take a game off Peppino Pigg. Peppino Pigg making it all the way through to the finals of today. Now, guys, we're going to play all of these games through, but the winner of this next series as well is going to the next event. So it's the top two that go to the next event, but we do want them to play it all out to ensure that we have seedings for our events as well. So we're going to see how Peppino Pigg and maybe Deepshine, maybe Rabbitsweet make it through. Now, our final matchup is going to be HRE versus China. Now, Rabbitsweet's China is really, really good. But on the other side, Deepshine's HRE it's Civ of a nightmare. So guys, let's go into our next game to see this final game between Deepshine and Rabbitsweet.
Yeah, I think both civs can be very dangerous when played very well. So it's a tough one.
Now, what I want to point out is whenever you win with a civ, you can't replay it. And both of these players are vetoing their opponent's strongest civ. So every match, you get to choose which civilization you want to snipe from your opponent. So I'm very surprised that Deepshine got to play HRE. And I'm thinking, what could have been sniped every single time? So
I wonder as well. I think I would not want to play against HRE. Maybe it was English, because that's also something people don't want to play against, usually.
Yeah, English is usually an auto ban in our tournaments. A lot of people just say, if I see English, I ban it.
Yeah.
Not a chance. So, Deepshine right now, just the standard opening. We don't see any weird shenanigans for going on. This is something I've been doing. Not necessarily great. I don't know. I feel like if you're going fast castle, it's awesome. You go for the deer, especially if you don't get a lot of sheep. But look at this woman. She got more than enough. But the guy's going instantly onto the wood line. I'm expecting them to just gather enough because with the numbers here, the thing is Deepshine loves feudal fights too. Is she just gonna stay in feudal? Yeah?
You are an HRE player. I have to ask you, can you rate that chapel placement for us?
That's a 4. That's a 4.
That's a 4. Where would you place it instead for?
I know this is controversial, guys, but I would put it right here. The wood line here makes it's still a forward chapel in the late game, but it also gets you a healthy set of berries that you do want. I guess. Oh my god, I say this and I see Deepshine's going for it out. She's going fast castle. This woman's cooking. So if she put this one over here, you do get double the wood lines. You do get to make that decision as well, because right now you just get this wood line. I would have either put it a little bit back so you also get the gold, but I mean, all things considered, I would have put it forward and capitalized on that in feudal or in castle. If it gets to imperial, yes, it would be better for China, but you just put a bunch of bombard towers and good to go. So, yeah,
Fair
I would
enough.
say that. Now,
Fair enough.
we do see one TC play coming out of China right now, floating a 1 TC fast castle as well. Both players are going fast castle. Bella, how does this happen?
I'm not so sure if that's the best play for China, because for starters, HRE is going to age up to castle already with a monastery, right? Probably they're gonna go for Regnus, and they can start pumping those prelates really quickly, and China won't have anything to deny the relics from HRE. No units, no Song Dynasty to compensate for that advantage of the relics either. So it's kind of tricky here. It's a tricky gameplay that they are choosing.
Yeah, the problem is as well, China didn't get a lot of food, so getting into castle, yes, you're gonna have to go on your berries, but your sheep are out, right? So now with that last drop-off that you so urgently needed to get to castle, you're not there yet. And this sheep is also going to be tapped out pretty soon. They do go over on the berries, so there will only be a little bit of a delay. But with the wood we have here, they're also not going to be able to pump out a production building anytime soon. So, yeah, this is looking really good for HRE.
Because even if China goes castle, they don't have enough to drop a monastery either, if that's what they want to contest. It's a very expensive building for them as well. And the thing is, you're going castle without any safe food either. As you mentioned, they're going castle with berries. So it looks a little bit harder for China right now to play this matchup.
Yeah, but we also see that, though, Deepshine did get a pretty nice spawn. She's got double gold back here, so even when it gets to that point, she's just going to be able to sit back and enjoy.
Back deer.
Yeah, exactly. So a little wall all around, she could control this map pretty easily. I don't even think she'll go for the deer. She'll just...
The other deer is in
the
the
other
back.
deer.
It's
There's
super
the other
good,
deer
yeah.
too. Look at Rabbitsweet. Bad
Trying
manners.
to mess up.
Love that. Now,
Messing up the deer.
this boy is going to get the first relic. And now China going for fast castle. Almost going to hit it, but stable coming out instantly. The problem is, you're already going to have an HRE with possibly 2 relics by that point.
She can't make even horsemen yet. She doesn't have the resources.
Ooh. Yeah, that's going to take a while, but she's definitely going to go for a Lancer, and that is the first man on the board. Because you want to make sure that you can actually clap that thing in half. Deepshine, though, she's not scared of a little horseplay. She actually is very confident just getting that knight out herself, and knights against lancers, pretty even fight.
Definitely. She's moving now to the deer. Hopefully she can secure, but it's with knights running around the map can also be quite dangerous for China. Maybe she plans on dropping the barbecue on that deer to secure that as well. Could be a good idea because you also protect the goat that is right next to it. So you can drop the barbecue in between the goat and the deer there, so she can be a little bit safer. But yeah, 2 knights running around. Let's see how many relics she's gonna be able to. She still does she have a monastery yet?
She
China?
does not, but yeah, now there it comes. So it's a little bit late, but it's coming. The Lancer will be able to stop this bad boy as he's running back with his little relic. This, oh my gosh, she could have killed it! No! But she wants to play it safe. She's going to go back in for the kill in a second, just to make sure that that relic doesn't go too far back to base. The problem
And the dog is helping. Dog is
Yeah.
helping.
that
Nice.
is the
Good dog.
ultimate anime betrayal.
Good dog.
Good dog. Yeah, just stopping the relics from HRE. Now, the Lancer, she doesn't want to lose these Lancers, and this is so important. Deepshine will lose this Knight. This is such a very expensive loss, because just having that advantage is so important. Here, the relic does get picked up, and now that will mean only 1 relic will be there for the taking for our Chinese player. 3 on the way home to HRE, and that is going to be a very healthy amount of gold per minute.
Yeah,
Don't have any
if she
upgrades
keeps
yet.
4 relics at least, that's gonna be huge.
Why is nobody getting wheelbarrow though? Guys! Girls!
The desperation. We
Oh.
need units. We need relics. That's the relics contest. But it's too hard to contest relics with HRE. They start with the prelate, and I think you notice that Deepshine removed that prelate from the chapel, right? She lost the bonus for a second, but she already had the prelate on top of the relic. She went castle, immediately already picked one up. So it's really hard to contest the relics against HRE like this.
So this little hurrah here from China, getting that one relic, they're like, hey, this is more important for me to get than for you to lose than for me to get. The gold is not going to be a problem for China later on either. But Deepshine, guys, there's one thing she loves to do. And I'm very scared of this for Rabbitsweet because I've played against her doing this and it will scare anyone to the core. She goes for fast Imperial very, very often. She keeps making knights so that you think she wants to fight in castle. But actually, she's cooking behind it. So, you see another knight being queued up.
Nice pick up there.
That's massive. The thing is, it doesn't mean it's secured, but that is a really, really good pickup from Rabbitsweet now. Now, the thing is, if she keeps this pressure up, three villagers like that. If Rabbitsweet keeps making, she's going to force Deepshine to stay in castle.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking. It depends on how aggressive now China wants to play. If it's gonna give this window to HRE to go imp. As we see there, HRE is floating 1,000 gold right now. But if she does go imp, losing a few villagers here and there, it's not that much of a problem, is it? For the question for the expert in HREs.
Oh. She can lose a few, but these guys are very expensive. And the problem is, the farm transition, it ain't there yet, Chief. Like, we're getting there. And
she's low on food, yeah.
Yeah, the problem is now China has access to this food as well. So the longer the game goes, the better for HRE, right? But right now, China should be in the driving seat and they should be able to, you know, keep Deepshine making units. And right now, 1,600 gold though, this is where I would start buying food. And or getting upgrades, one of those two. But
I think she could go to the deer in the back that we saw there. She could just move. Yeah, that one. Let's eat that. Delicious barbecue.
HRE is much more focused on getting their farm set up than going for the backwards deer. It's very, very common. Especially because this is very susceptible to raiding, and you can see that Rabbitsweet is not scared of raiding anything. So, Deepshine, she stopped making there for a second, and she queued up another one. She's like, okay, I am gonna need to fight this quite a lot.
Yeah, the main difference is that the knight's number, even though it is favorable to China, but the biggest problem is not that, is that there are lots of knights on the map from China, and lots of knights just standing home from HRE, and that's not good. That's not what you want to do with your knights. And now she has to defend the base with them, and she loses that. For example, she could find those villagers going for the bar. She put the barbecue exactly where I said, by the way. I think that's really cute.
Good insight. And now, oh, look at that juicy boar ready for the taking. That's going to be so instrumental here. Oh, but these knights, these lancers are going to find that village. Okay, are you guys going to find that? Yes, I am. Another one. Yeah, and another one goes down. But now, again, we can see, just focus on the farm transition. More and more farms, another tower or two will follow here. But this is Deepshine's game to now decide. I feel like if she just plays it safe and lets China do its thing, it's fine. Let China boom, let China go for what they wanted. You're on 2TC. But now China's on Song Dynasty, so they have a little bit of an advantage with the villages. But as long as you can get to Imperial, and with the amount of food she just bought, she's going Imperial.
She just bought. I was gonna ask you, can you see if she has a market now? Yeah, she just bought some food to fix that Miss Macro there. But is she gathering gold? Where is she on gold?
No, she doesn't need gold. At this point,
she's not gathering.
Those are just relics. 0 villages on gold right now. This woman is just drowning in resources.
Who needs gold when you're given gold?
Yeah, by the gods, for gathering their relics. Now, Deepshine being in the base of China is also instrumental in her going Imperial. So
yes.
If you're going to go Imperial, you need to make sure that you're forcing your opponent all the way to the other side of the map, so they have to respond and their army is not right in front of your gates. So with these knights at the back here, she's actually doing exactly that. So at the moment she gets her opponent to just be stuck here at the back, it's going to be a lot harder for her opponent to break her in half. So these Lancers just chasing around right now. Palace of Swabia being dropped. Let's go see where the woman... putting it on the farms and try to keep it safe. And at the same time, having enough stone to get a keep down.
Yeah, I feel like it's getting a bit tougher for China, especially because HRE now has completely walled their side of the map. Oh, that villager just wasn't spotted. But yeah, China is trying to rush with the walls now, and they are not keeping up with the food either.
Yeah, the problem is it's really difficult to keep up with the food against an HRE. These farms are some of the best in the game. They're inspired. These villagers are working extra hard, and with this Palace of Swabia, we're just going to see that economy explode. But this is now that very instrumental time for the Chinese player. So Rabbitsweet, who is Chinese, playing Chinese, she is going to need to do some damage right now.
But Deepshine is super defensive. Like, she has to do damage, but a keep is coming. Oh, she canceled it. She dropped the keep right on top of the chapel. Deepshine.
Oh, she wants to be a little bit more aggressive. Look
oh,
at this
there
woman.
we go.
That's optimistic. See, the problem here is you're... Oh, she realizes that is very optimistic. I will go back, thank you. She gets a bombard emplacement instead. She's like, this is the safe play, let's do that. And now bombard emplacement coming out from this outpost as well. She's just making sure that her farms are safe and her economy will lead her to victory. Now, I'm a little bit confused as to what Rabbitsweet's plan is now, because she knows, okay, HRE just got Imperial. The longer I leave them, the harder this gets for me. So she needs to find a way in to do some economical damage.
Yeah, but how, right? At some point you just start to think, is it even worth it to lose knights to try to pick a few vills in the middle of those towers and TC, since now they have Swabia and they, you know, how cheap it is to make villagers. They print villagers, basically. So you have to be also careful, not panic and just show your units there, lose them, and it's way cheaper for them to just remake villagers. You need to do some structural damage, in my opinion. Try to target, to destroy the farms themselves. That's more expensive for HRE instead of the villagers. So maybe already start thinking about some siege and how you want to, even because of the towers, you need traps, right, to destroy all that static defense from HRE.
The problem is that static defense from HRE is now paired with Spearmen, and when you have a clean knight composition, this is going to be hard. Now, the crossbows are here, but crossbows don't do extra damage to Spearmen either. The thing is, the numbers should be speaking for themselves. Our main issue, though, China has not started their farm transition. And this is, yes, they still have a lot of food on a map, but in the late game, this is going to be the thing that slows you down as well.
But she dropped second TC at least, so she is going to try to get that villager number advantage. But it's 2 TC to sustain, and it's more food demanding for someone who, as you said, doesn't have the farms yet.
Yeah, the farming for China also very, very nice in the late game, but not something that competes with this bad boy over here. The thing is, this is quite limited. I think China's farms, they just get more. You just kind of need to get there. Now, what I love about this is Rabbitsweet is just sitting here and able to, you know, get control of the map, because she knows I'm in castle, I need to be careful, but I am going to outproduce her for a bit. So the horseman is still feudal, being queued up right now. Are those the horseman upgrades? Yes, she is getting the horseman upgrades, because what did we see? Crossbows. Crossbows. And the lancers come in to do some damage. Knights come in to do some damage.
That dude was deleted.
Yeah, his pronouns are was, were. So, unfortunately, those knights, not even a body to trample on. And these lancers are ready to do some damage too. The thing is now, Deepshine is a counter-attacking queen. And that's exactly what she's going to try to do here. Or just decap. But she doesn't realize the range, and the spearman will go down, so she'll have to put another bad boy on top here if she notices.
Yeah, the keep doesn't really cover the complete sacred site, right? So there's still a little gap there. She can just leave one unit to decap that.
Now, what we see a lot in the late game here is people fighting over these big golds, because obviously that is your last source of safe gold. Now, Deepshine is trying to get that control. The thing is, it's going to be so easy to keep safe with this keep getting a relic inside. Now, as we can see, China is just able to keep up with the villagers because of that second TC you mentioned. Second TC being dropped, and I feel like Deepshine, has she been creating villagers from both? Yeah. It just doesn't feel like she's gotten that villager catch-up that you do see from the Swabia most of the time.
Yeah, and she's going for a push now, and that's bad for China. I noticed she wasn't making units. She's trying to get in herself, but she doesn't have the answer for all those spears.
The crossbows are trying their best, though. Ugh.
I mean, I think she can just move the villagers from wood to another wood and just go back to the TC. She doesn't have to fight there, honestly. There's what is there? Like a village? What's the name of that? Yeah, it's a village. She doesn't have to. She can fight under TC, just keep making units under the TC, and make the villagers gather wood somewhere else.
Now,
Play safe.
The problem is she lost all her lances, and that was a very important unit. That was her front line. So if she kited back a little bit harder, this would have been such a different fight. The thing is, she still had the numbers, and now the Nest of Bees coming out, but it's instantly going to get sniped down. Unfortunately, Rabbitsweet looks like she's about to go down to Deepshine.
It doesn't look that good, that's true. But the units have been slowly cleaned up. Oh, we see a little few farms from China, that's so cute.
It's a tiny farm transition.
But they're dying at the same time.
It's okay, at least they served their purpose. They were able to farm a little bit. For the Chinese Communist Party, they were just making people work even while being attacked. Poor guys. Just going down. At least
you work until you die. That's the circle of life, isn't it?
Oh god, that got way too real. Guys, just to remind you,
the Imperial
we're all
official
slaves.
also went... Yeah, she lost Imperial official. Yeah.
No, just like that. The thing is, the sacred sites are still ticking. It's not a victory for the sacred sites, right? There's a lot of other things happening at the same time, but these villages are feisty. Chinese villagers are fighting the hardest.
Now, what that push caused is that China was about to be able to go imp, and that's not a possibility anymore because they had to remass their units since they lost them. And those knights are not... No, you don't have to do that. Don't sacrifice yourselves, you don't have to.
Because they're not getting upgrades, the spearmen are not hitting the lancer as hard as you'd expect, right? These guys are actually taking quite a beating. Problem is, I think we're so far down the gutter that this is going to be just the numbers. The numbers are going to speak for themselves. And, with the crossbows coming, though, they could actually get this keep up. I was going to say the keep is going to be stopped, but no, these crossbows should be able to come in here.
They start attacking, yes, attack! The villagers making the keep. Save them.
She's just doubling down. She gets more villagers. These guys, they just want to make sure that the sacred site does not get decapped. Very big ballsy move here from Rabbitsweet.
The Lenskin, it's a Lenskinesh. It's just deleting those villagers and just in
time. It does
time.
get burned. Goodbye, man. You
Goodbye.
sliced their economy, but you are dead now. And now it might become a little bit more of a game for the sacred sites, though. And is this going to be a repeat from last time where we see this at 1 minute? The thing is, Deepshine, she knows what she wants. She's a girl who knows what the late game needs. China's still not able to go to that Imperial because, like you said, you need to remax.
And the food is not looking that hot. What is that centipede, the caterpillar going back in the China base? I see in the map, like lots of units just coming. I think she forgot to make a mining camp on stone. China.
Wait, you mean the caterpillar? Where's the caterpillar? This
the
one.
China base, she forgot to make a mining camp, and the villagers were just coming all the way from there. Yeah, she gathered stone for a keep. Look, they're going back to the stone in the map. I see it on the map. China's base.
Oh, China's base. Oh, okay.
No, yeah, that base. Yes.
Oh my god.
But there were so many. Now she just removed some of them. So that's also a lot of idle time. Lots of, eco that is not being efficient because now she doesn't even need the stone. She has enough for a keep, but she needs those farms. Oh no, she can't lose those units.
Yeah, the problem is if you lose these crossbows, this is it for you. And I think this is it for her. The horsemen are just, you know, the counter unit.
Too much. Yeah, they were caught out of position, no front line for them. That's tough.
Yeah, this is now just that awkward part where you need your palace guards to tank for these guys. They're gonna make it behind this little wall, but that's the whole army. This is a very, very dead whole army. These guys are gonna try to snipe down these horses, but they do take quite a bit of beating. They do overkill a little bit as well, and that was such an important shot to hit properly. And guys, I just want to confirm, Deepshine does not have any blacksmith upgrades at this point of the game.
She's not making villagers from Swabia.
No, she is. She is. Not all the time, but I checked it a few times. Checked it a few times. She was like, I don't need this. I don't believe in production, actually.
I have enough units. I can just, I mean, 62 to 4 military and GG's code.
Guys, that means that Deepshine will be joining us in our tournament. She is the first, well, she and Peppino Pigg are the ones who are going to be joining us in our final tournament this week, which is next, not next, 2 weeks from now. Next week we have King of the Rockies, then the week after that, of course. But guys, let me quickly show you the qualified players. We have them on the screen. You can see now the pro players who will be playing in this tournament: Beastikiri, Marine Lord, Anatan, Kiliardi, Papipo, Louis, Baltoon, and Wham. Well, the Whammons are Bella, Nostromia, me, Lyra, Peppino Pigg, and to be determined. Or Deepshine now, in this case. To be determined from tomorrow. So now we have to see, is Rabbitsweet going to qualify tomorrow? Is Kathy going to play the qualifier? Or is she just going to say, these players are just good, I'm not going to do that?
She should definitely play the tournament. Why not?
Kathy, come on, girl. Like, your competition right now is you need to beat Rabbitsweet and Nams and Galen. I would say that those are the top 3 contenders for this. So
more important than that, it's also fun.
She's like, easy. Yeah. This qualifies 2v2. This qualifier is for a 2v2 tournament, but you do qualify through 1v1s because we don't have set player or set teams, and that kind of means that you need to qualify with your 1v1 skills. Now, guys, we will be pushing this a little bit later on, but I want to thank for our first donation that we got for the Long COVID charity. Guys, all the donations that you guys give is going to go to Long COVID research. So our donor who's sponsoring the tournament for $5,000 has also agreed to match all the donations that come in from Twitch, which is insane. This man is just giving to the world. So thank you very much for the first donation, and I appreciate it. Thank you so, so much. So, and thank you, Black Punk. We appreciate it. Now, there will be another match here. Sharing is caring? Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. And especially for long COVID. The whole point of long COVID awareness is to spread awareness. So, Bella, do you know anything about long COVID?
Well, I guess so. I think I have to, as someone that works in pharma. But yeah, it's still, as you said, research is still really important. But as far as we know, there are some long-term damages, not just to the lung as a cold viruses, but also even to the brain. So it can be really serious, like causing lethargia and exhaustion really easily. And it's something that we don't know how to deal with, and it can be for life. So it's really important. And I think the research on this topic should be more taken care of and get some love as well.
Yeah, the problem with long COVID, I think, is a lot of people, we already had that whole wave of COVID deniers, and now that you're trying to get the idea of COVID being along as well, it just becomes a lot more tricky to bring that out there. I actually have a friend who suffers from long COVID. I have another colleague who suffers from long COVID for 2 years now that caused brain damage. And the only way that they can treat this is how they treat victims of heavy concussions. So it's actually pretty insane, but we will get Tim on this as well, by the way, guys. Tim is going to be casting a little bit later in the tournament during the main events to make sure that we're all informed. So Yeah, it is definitely important to know that this exists and it does affect people a lot differently from what we can imagine. So, yeah.
And
Um,
some people might have it and they don't even notice. They might think, oh, I'm just lacking coffee. And actually, it's just mental slowdown from long-term COVID.
are you telling me that that lethargy, oh gosh, no. Maybe it's not depression. Maybe you guys don't have depression. Maybe you just have long COVID.
Yeah, we don't know.
Oh, yes. Now, this is something that I think a lot of us are not aware of to the extent that even doctors are not aware of this in all countries. So, for a lot of you who might know my backstory, I have something called cerebrovascular disorder, which is just translates to strokes, but it's because of thrombophilia. So now I have this thing where I get blood clots randomly, and specifically in my brain. So I've had several strokes, very tiny ones for some of them. Some of them were much bigger. It's actually quite funny when we go to the ER. I always laugh. I always try to make a joke of it because, I might die, but at least you can laugh about it. So Beastie, one time, the last time we went to the ER, my whole one side was completely like, I was like this. And I was like trying to speak and my one leg wasn't working, and he was like trying to carry me on because the ambulances are awful here. So we were just like making me like drag one of my legs behind, and I'm just laughing. I'm like, I'm speaking really funny here. And he did not find that funny whatsoever. So
Yeah, of course.
no,
You shouldn't either. You shouldn't either.
but if you can, all you can do is cry or laugh, right? And the thing is, these flared up after COVID, specifically a lot more after COVID. And we don't know if this is also due to that impact of long COVID. And this is also why it's something that hits close to home as well. I don't know if I have
Yeah.
long COVID, but I don't think there's a test for it. You don't have brain scans before you have COVID and after you have COVID. But we do know the after ones look pretty monka-esque.
Yeah, definitely. And as women, we also have to be even more aware, right? Especially the one of us that are taking the pill, which also increases the chances for clots in the blood. And with that secondary factor, then it can be even more dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Actually, that's exactly what my hematologist told me. It's like, get off the pill. And I'm just like, oh, but no, no. I can't have baby. I am baby. So, yeah, it's really scary. And I know that this is the whole idea of, women in gaming. And we want to make sure that the awareness is spread. We want to make sure that when you host these types of events to keep it going. So, guys, and I see we have a subscriber, Octavio. Thank you very much. Guys, if you are subscribing, oh, and I see another donation we get from Meowasis. Thank you very much. And another one from our person who just subscribed as well, guys. Thank you so, so much. So, now, ladies and gentlemen, we do have our next match, Delhi versus English on Cliffside. And I favor Deepshine's Delhi. Peppino Pigg, this woman, I spoke to Deepshine about this at King of the North. And Peppino Pigg is the counter to Deepshine. She firmly believes that this is the one person who can take it down because her playstyle exactly counters what Deepshine does. Peppino likes to turtle. So now, Deepshine being a very aggressive player, she needs to be able to break Peppino. And especially with Delhi, you gotta break them. So, Bella, you know these players quite well as well. Could you please introduce our ladies at arms?
Definitely. This time we're playing on Gorge, a very different map from what we have seen before. And on the left side, we have Deepshine in purple. That's my favorite color. I think she likes it too. We always fight for this color when we play together. And she's playing as the Delhi. On the other side, we have Peppino Pigg playing as English in the color teal. And yeah, just reinforcing, Peppino is a very defensive player. So looking forward to see how she's gonna handle the harassment from the Delhi in Filgo already.
And we saw this play out a little bit earlier with English actually being the victor. I honestly did not think I was going to say that in my lifetime. But with 2 TC against Delhi taking the victory. So
I think the problem there, we found out, it was only the production, because Delhi was in such a good position with the resources, she just couldn't spend them fast enough. But Deepshine probably notice her mistakes. She learns super fast. She's always trying to analyze her games to improve. So maybe in this game she's going to realize that's all she lacked in the past game, and now she's going to have an upper hand.
Yes, and
Let's
that would
see.
just be such a good amount of insight to have for Deepshine. I wonder if she's actually going to learn from this. This is so important for Deepshine to know about, because Deepshine in the last game, we saw that she was just not able to produce. Now, I don't know if she's gonna make these mistakes as she did. She might just learn from this and take down Peppino Pigg. Now, guys, keep in mind both of these players have already qualified. This is just for seeding and making sure that we can see who the champion of the qualifier is. So, what rank is this? Both of these players are Conqueror. I think Conk won, right?
Yes. Both of them.
Yeah. So both of these players definitely not looking to go out in the late game. We saw the Deepshine being aggressive. She just doesn't vibe well with the late game. And now Peppino Pigg loves the late game. So I also see her pulling back 3 from gold. Bella, do you know what this means?
It means that she's gonna go for some aggression already in Feudo. And she's looking to get all that... Oh, with that landmark, I can rephrase actually.
Yeah.
Might be coming a second TC with King.
See,
Oh, she loves the second TC. You're right. You're
she
right.
loves it. It drags you to the late game. If you don't kill English on the second TC, you are going to be in a lot of trouble. Now, honestly, usually when I see the villagers being pulled from the gold like this and dragged onto the wood, we assume that we're going to be seeing a very fast council hall with a lot of longbows early on. But with the Abbey of Kings, this changes everything. The thing is, Delhi doesn't have quick units. They still have to go for the usual wood. You don't get a production building out of this Tower of Victory. So you don't get the Ghazi Raider out there that quickly. This allows you to have time to go onto the stone and not get raided.
I would actually even start with that. As soon as, if I was playing as English and I want to go to DC, which I don't think I would do, but as soon as I have 50 wood, I would immediately just gather the stone. Just send everyone on stone and rally on wood. And so you already secured that stone, no Ghazi can stop you. And then you just collect your wood safe under your TC and you're fine.
I'm just a little bit confused as to why she's with 8 on food this early on in the game. And this makes me kind of scared, unless it's also going to be a horseman play. Are we going to see horseman with king yet again? The same as we
Could
saw
also
earlier.
be an option. Because second TC against Delhi is always dangerous.
Exactly. If she just stays on 1 TC, and I think that's exactly what she's doing right now. She's not going for the stone. She's just doing the farm transition, making sure that she's safe, and the stable gets popped down. Guys, this is Peppino Pigg, watching that previous game, learning from what worked against Deepshine. But now, doing something more with it. 1 TC, pressure.
Yeah, because that last game, we also could see that English had a hard time, right, to turn around. And actually, feels like English only won that game due to the mistakes from Delhi. So in order to play safer, I feel like she doesn't want to go the same route to rely on Deepshine's mistakes and just go for a different play. I think it's pretty much what she's thinking right now.
Yeah, and we can see she's making double stable as well. She knows that this bad boy is going to have a scholar in it. It's going to produce these at lightning speed. We see 13 seconds versus your usual 23 seconds. So with 2 stables, you should be able to keep up with this. But I don't know, is Deepshine going to learn from the previous game and actually go for a different military building? So we'll find out in the next episode of Do Horsemen Crush Ghazis in Numbers?
Okay, maybe Peppino also just aims to use the horsemen to snipe the scholars, right? To just deny the sacred sites. That is the biggest advantage from Delhi, and being able to wall around and secure the map for themselves. So let's see how she chooses to use those horsemen.
What I love to see here as well is we can just see how they're spreading their resources. Both of these players just going on wood and food. English says, I don't need upgrades right now. Yeah, she got her wheelbarrow. Enough of wheelbarrow. So I'm a big supporter of this. But The rest of it is all going just into military. And again, the king needs to be careful. You don't want the king to lose the king at all, especially because you don't have the gold to replace him right now. So these horsemen doing quite a bit of a denting. Ooh, onto the first Ghazi going down, and now this starts to feel a little bit scarier for Deepshine. The moment you lose an expensive unit like a Ghazi, you realize I should probably be a little bit more careful.
Yes, exactly. And the same thing that we talked about last game, right? You don't really want to engage units with the king unless you know you can kill them, because the king can just go back, heal the units, and so on. Of course, Delhi can do that with the scholars, but it is idle time from the production. You have to get them off the mosque, off the production to heal your units, which is not really ideal when you want to keep up with the numbers.
Now, she did learn from her mistakes, and she's making a barracks. This spearman move is going to force Peppino Pigg to get longbows. And this is most likely what you want English to do. We also see she's gone back onto the gold, getting a tower as well to just ensure that she does not get clapped. So, these boys getting right on top of these villagers, just causing idle time.
Can we see what is the production that Peppino is dropping there? Is that a barracks? It is archery range. I would still like to see some spears in the base for defense of those Ghazi so that the horsemen can achieve the maximum potential harassing and running around the map. It's so dangerous that those Ghazi just run under the gold there and kill some villagers picking up gold or the wood line, and then we can be in trouble.
The thing is, as we can see here, the scholars are not able to move out of the base and go and get the sacred site because of this mobility that we mentioned earlier. Look at how these horsemen just absolutely dominating the map, just controlling the fact that, you know, Delhi can't just go and take control. These guys also just taking damage. The thing is, even if they take damage, they're not going to get healed up anytime soon, because right now there's only 2 scholars and they're very safely garrisoned.
They're easy. Look at now, on the other hand, look at the horseman health. They are all up and 100% alive.
And this boy is like, hey, heal me up too, brother. And the king listens. He says,
Medical
okay.
care directly from royalty.
And just like this, the sheep numbers looked really good for Deepshine here. She's pretty much doing really well on food. However,
she's going for those berries. Oh, it's okay, that one. I thought she was
Singular.
already going outside and the horses were there. And they're gonna pick them up. Pew, pew, pew.
that is so dangerous. But now we see these villagers also going out for the berries onto the other side.
She's gonna see it.
Problem is,
She sees it.
there's a
Oh
scout.
no. Deepshine's completely denied of food.
Yeah,
I mean, there's deer on the other side, but
That's the thing is, any food will do right now. She knows that these sheep are gonna run out at some point, and then what? The question is, what? The answer is, I don't know. This is gonna be really scary. The villagers are going out here trying to wall up, and the horses are gonna get out and heal up and come back. And that's exactly
and
the problem we have.
the answer that she caused Deepshine to respond, right, with the walls, it's also good because it's less wood for units, less units wood for towers as well. Even if you want to play defensive on that deer, for example, you need a tower. But yeah, you're forcing Delhi to wall up. That's quite interesting.
Yeah, this is something that is going to really show into the late game here as well, because the spearmen now, they're about to run into this archer mass, and I love the fact that Peppino Pigg didn't rally her archers forward. She kept them back at the base. I don't even think that Deepshine expects this anytime soon. She's about to get a surprise when there's a lot of archers just sniping down these spearmen. So these guys, the numbers as well, just making sure that there's enough is going to be so important at controlling
Yes.
this game. And after watching this, I'm feeling kind of inspired with English versus Delhi.
Yeah, and she did it right with now she's moving the longbows, and what you want, I think I mentioned before with who was it? Was it Nams? Oh no, it was Meowasis. You don't want to move your archers out of your base until you get the right number to one-shot the spears. She has enough longbows to one-shot those dudes, and she will be completely fine. Look at her.
Yeah,
Now
those
she
guys,
has no worry. She can snipe the scholar. If she sees it, the scholar's just standing there.
She left it for the horses. She's like, hey, I know that you guys killed most of them. I want you to take the credit. The army is racing behind him. And keep in mind, that is one of 2 scholars. There's no gold income for Deepshine, so she can't keep massing the scholars. There's none over here because you're used to having those sacred sites with just those 2 scholars, and all of a sudden, this snowball becomes really scary. The only chance I feel like Deepshine had right now to shut this down was to cut off these reinforcements, as she might, but also just collapse on top of these archers that are very out of position away from these horses.
And 28 longbows are gonna be also good against the Ghazi, by the way. It's a healthy number. Okay, she just lost 2, so it's closer to 15 now, but it's a healthy number to do some damage to the Ghazi, so they don't really depend extremely of the horsemen. They can stand by themselves if they have to, and kiting they can, you know, handle themselves well.
I love here that she's just pulling the wheels to fix this, but she needs to respond to this aside from the horses just ramming at the door. These guys just aren't able to prepare that amount of fire damage. The one villager is doing the rain dance, hoping for the rain to shut down the fire, but the fire is just too strong and it will break through. And this might mean that Deepshine will have some villagers. Ooh, never mind. The guys have
arrived on time. That's the idea of the wall. That's how you want to use the wall, right? To give enough time for your units to arrive. And that's not good. That's the flank. All those horses are in grave danger. Is she gonna lose one more, I think?
No, apparently the fire is good. Is she gonna garrison? If she garrisoned, oof.
Yeah, one more. Guys, if she target fires that weak one, yeah, it's dead. Okay.
She loses a few horses, but honestly, with the idle time and the panic she caused, it's definitely worth it.
TC was rallying in the middle of the map for some reason. I think Deepshine is a bit nervous there. Oh, some views being picked up there.
Another one. Another one. Another Ghazi going down. The king, though, he's not being controlled right now. He will go down.
The king was forgotten.
Rest in pieces, king. Let's see if she's going to queue up another one. That's your healing boy. I would kill. Yeah, the healing boy is being produced. It does take a minute. Oh, and I see in the chat we see a woman moment. Yes, I will definitely give that a woman moment title, because I think most of us understand that level of panic that we all have. And because we don't play tournaments that much, this is so big. That is why most women who play the game also don't play 1v1s. We're all team game enjoyers, or, you know, enjoyers of just a different style of Age of Empires. Now, these longbows are able to snipe these guys, but just not effectively charging. Sniping down the Ghazi raiders.
Take care that she doesn't lose out that longbows there.
That's a big loss for English. We are going to see that military count go down significantly, and this could be the moment Delhi needs. But behind this...
Where are those walls from Deepshine? But I just realized around the sacred site. That's actually interesting.
She's just making sure that there's a whole surrounding of the brothers. Now, these guys going down is actually a massive loss. There is a few more longbows, but we can see that Deepshine right now, she's in a pretty okay spot with food per minute. The thing is, those are going to run out, and then the horses will have a snacking feast over here. And she realizes that, okay, it's about time for the berries to run out. Let's go and see what the berry situation looks like. Now, this is going to give Delhi some time to get back into getting those sacred sites, but it's not going to give them the game straight up. And especially not if you fight into the English tower influence.
Be good if she could kite the longbows there. Yeah.
Oh, these guys are waiting for a snack. Okay, guys. It's about time that you finish. We're waiting. Oof, but Deepshine is ready. She's actually completely prepared for this. These guys are gonna try to break down the gate. Villagers are ready to repair. They don't realize that there's a...
That's a lot. That's a lot of villagers. They're going outside. No.
Overextending a little bit. They wanted to repair the wall from the other side.
But all those horses are in danger. Yeah. Dangerous.
Another one, but he does see, or she does see, I keep forgetting that we're just playing with women here. So she does see that here we do have food desperation food right now. So she will know what to attack next as well. And the reinforcements are arriving. She's forcing Deepshine to split up her army if she wants to capture the sacred sites and get the food sources.
Yeah, Delhi's also massing a considerable force of archers now. Almost at the same number of longbows.
And they honestly do pretty well against longbows, all things considered, especially with the reinforcements that we have here. The horses do try to go through, but we do see finally Ooh, Peppino Pigg, I say finally, but Peppino Pigg is ready. She just keeps
She's
denying.
doing a really good job denying those sacred sites, definitely.
And now these guys are going to be in a little bit of a spot here because you have all your units over on this side with longbows ready for defense, but the horses are just taking damage.
Careful. Okay, the longbows are there. I think this fight is super favorable for English if she micros well. Just snipe those spears with the longbows, and you're gonna be able to actually delete a huge part of the army because she's fighting the spears. How many spears left there? They're not enough though.
There's only 5. Yeah, this is going to be a really tough fight. The thing is, you do have the tower support now, right? But these are
It's open.
longbows.
It's open. The wall is not finished.
It's up.
Oh, she won't see it. Will she see it? Yes,
Yeah,
the
she's
village
trying to
is
fix
down.
It's
She
not
can
gonna
go
be good enough.
around.
She's going to be able to deny this food, and this idle time is exactly where Delhi starts losing the game. The moment you get Delhi to be idle, running around with their villages, is the moment they cannot keep producing. And right now, 1,200 food, but there are no farms. There's a few, but there are no farms that are of sustainable importance here at the back. And there's a lot of wood, and this is just showing that Deepshine can get countered with aggression herself.
Yeah, she has some houses that are not finished near her wood line. Yeah, there she's a bit nervous herself, but I think now that she knows where the English army is, she definitely has to take the chance to take the deer on the left, and I suppose that's what she's gonna do. Once you know your opponent's army's position, you want to take the best advantage you can from that. You look for resources on the other side and just go for them and secure them. If you have to wall, that's when you wall on the other side. You always want to counter your opponent's army's position. And Deepshine is doing just that. But yeah, there are already 3 horsemen. Probably she spotted on the fog of war that some deer are being killed, and she sees that she's coming for this. Yes?
And the problem is, now again, Peppino Pigg is forcing her to split up her units. So basically, on the one side, she's pushing, on the other side, just a little bit of pressure. But the whole army has to respond because the big boys are here, the ones who are going to carry you into the late game if you need the food. So the problem is, now everyone arrives. They're like, hey, I heard something about production buildings. Let me just address that. But
Yeah.
again, Deepshine attacking at the same time, forcing English also to split up. But the problem is, even if you split, the numbers are still in English's favor.
And now production is going to go down one by one, and Delhi can be in a little bit of a trouble there, especially because even though she has a little bank of wood, it would be great if she could use that wood for some farms, knowing that it's dangerous outside. But I don't think she's gonna be able to. She needs to drop production again now.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous position to be in. With those archers, usually Delhi has so much more. And we do have the TC support, but the TC support is not made of rockets. This is not Japanese. This is Delhi, and the king is just going to ignore everything and keep fighting. The Ghazi Raiders will take this man down, and the thing is, the Peppino Pigg is losing, most likely, most of this army, but she has a lot more coming, and with the idle time from these villagers, this is so worth it.
Yeah, she's just idling completely the economy of Deepshine. Meanwhile, her economy is untouched. Even if she loses those units under TC, at this point, it doesn't really matter because she can just remake them. She has 50 longbows, by the way, so definitely she can just sit there, idle the economy, and there's nothing that's gonna pop out of that production that can be used anymore. It's just sniping anything new that comes out. That's pretty tough, and yeah. As expected, GG is called, and the match goes for Peppino with English against Delhi.
Yeah, Peppino Pigg taking the win, and this is exactly what I think Deepshine was afraid of. Just allowing Peppino to, get to the late, I wouldn't say late game, but getting to the point where you need to move out on food, that is where your vulnerability lies. So now I think what we're going to need to do is see if Peppino Pigg is in match with the next one. So I think they have not started as of yet. So this was a bit of a distraction.
Yeah, I think as we mentioned, if Peppino also watched the previous game, where there was 2 TC against Delhi and how it drags down, right? She probably noticed and was like, I don't want to play like that. That's not something I want to risk. I am just gonna go more aggressive in a way with English and just deny those sacred sites, deny the food, and oh, she succeeded. She did it really well.
The thing is, I think the nerves might be... They might be setting in for Deepshine very heavily, because I know that she feels that Peppino counters her. Just in existence, Peppino counters her. So I love the fact that Deepshine also, again, has a little bit of a weakness. So once you can get into the mind of your opponent, it's a lot easier to break them down. Bella knows this as well, as someone who panics when a villager dies. So this is definitely one of those instances. I usually don't panic. I'm just like, oh, fuck it. We'll make a plan. I'm just like, can you carry me in a 2v2? Otherwise, I'm dead. I'm super dead. So what do you think is your biggest weakness at this point as well?
My biggest weakness, my brain.
Your brain? Oh my god.
I wish I could do everything that I want to do. Maybe a lack of speed, I would say. To respond quickly as I think I want to, but I'm not able to execute it. Because in AoE, there are 2 types of knowledge, right? There's the theory knowledge and there is the mechanics ability. So once you are able to have both in a high skill level, that's when you reach the top, the conqueror level and above. But I think like Twitch chat, we are all conquerors, but in gold rank, right? We all have the knowledge, but we are not really able to execute everything that we know in a decent way in the game. And I'm sorry about my cat running around. I hope it's not making too much noise.
No, it's fine. Peter is always welcome. Peter also makes a lot less noise than baby cats from earlier, so yeah. We should have a cat show off.
Yeah, right? There he is. Hiding in his bag.
Oh, he's such a good dog.
Yeah, he's quite of a dog.
Oh. Oh. God damn.
I can't throw away that bag anymore because it's his toy now, playground.
We have a little laundry pile in the hallway that the cats made their nest. And I was like, oh, well, I guess we can never do this tiny laundry pile. It was just like 5 or 6 pieces of shirts and underwear from Beastie. Because it was Beastie's clothes. That's the funny part. Because I just thought, oh, it was just our laundry. It's just like random things lying there. And the cats made nest. And they, when they're babies, they just poop right where they are. So it was a little bit of a destruction, as they would say. Yeah.
I can imagine. Ish. But in any case, yeah, I just think that the mechanics is one of the things that I still can't keep up. For example, keep making units. That sometimes can be a problem, especially during the fights. And I think we're gonna see lots of fights here in Japanese versus Malians.
Exactly. Guys, we're ready to roll in Deepshine on Malians, Peppino Pigg on Japanese. Let's see what our players are gonna pull out of the hat today. Now on Himayama, this is a map that usually I feel like you're forced to wall or get destroyed. And this is kind of now, after seeing what Peppino Pigg did just now, I feel like she's the kind of player who would go fast castle and just use those mobility of the knights to beat Malians. Because Malians is a civ that it needs a while to get going. You don't see fast castle Malians, right? So Deepshine definitely needs to pull something out of the hat here to deal with anything Peppino throws at her.
Honestly, looking at the spawn from Malians with 2 back goats like that, I mean, one of them is not really back, but it's still more defendable than the front goat. I would love to see the Malians doing something different, For example, she could put her coins into some Farimba and bet on some quick units coming out and just run over Japan like no tomorrow. That would be really cool. I'm still a big fan of the old school pro scouts into Farimba play style. I am, I'm more aggressive, as you know, so I don't like the boom slowly growing setup. So would be really interesting to see mass units from Malians just to counter the Japanese. But let's see what these girls choose to go for. I think they would be going for something more traditional.
I'm hoping to see something traditional because I think both of these players, they know how to play by the book. So I want to see a little bit of a stretched out game. Deepshine, she was not ready for a stretched out game last game, but maybe on Malians, because they do have such a strong economy in castles, she will be able to make it work. Now, right now, I'm expecting Deepshine to just go for the normal age up. We're not going to see any shenanigans happening where we get the Sahara Trade Network, because imagine that. It would be a little bit of destruction. Oh, when you guys are this far out, what are we doing? Brothers? Are we just waiting for food?
Waiting for 5 gold?
Yeah, yeah. They got what they needed. Peppino Pigg, though, getting that storehouse with 3 only. How do we rate the position of the storehouse, Bella?
I would put it on the next to the berries. Actually, I like to put that at the start house always in the back of the base, and when possible, also drop a TC in castle maybe. Right, also in like leaving the landmark in between both TC, so you get the bonus gathering rate for them, for the farms. But I don't know. I think she wants to save some wood, not have to make the wood lumber camp, because she can just drop off there easily as well. But I do like the backwards side, the back storehouse for sure. More than that.
The Chorus storehouse, I know that people are always very focused on the fact that it pops out farms. Be included. It pops out farms, you want to get that optimally done. But I think early game, that advantage of not having to go for a lumber camp is so valuable, especially when you're doing something like rushing or going fast castle. But let's quickly see, is fast castle on the cards, or are we getting something else? With this split, let's quickly see what they look like. 8-5-1? I'm not too sure. We do see the outpost though, so maybe this is still a fast castle. But the problem is, this outpost is not doing much. I think if you put this over here maybe, it does also provide more protection, but she's probably just going to double outpost this one and ensure she gets this pretty quickly. We see more villagers going on to gold, so this will be a fast castle, and Malians will have to respond to some very chunky units.
Yeah, I think she doesn't even need 2 towers. She can easily wall that. Look at those 3 tiny wood lines. She needs 3 tiny wood walls and just be safe. You know, you don't need to invest in 2 towers right now. It's really safe there. And the 1 tower I would put on gold, I'll put on the other side defending the berries as well, to be honest. Yeah. Exactly. So that you can wall one side and defend the other side with the tower. But
now,
she's really safe with that spawn.
Deepshine doing the normal Malians thing that she does every game, gets wheelbarrow, instantly goes into cows. Now, we see her popping it down here. She doesn't utilize... Oh, this is also one of the things I believe Beastie said in his guides. You need to put your mill right next to the TC so that the cows can instantly go for it. I'm a big fan of putting my mill over here on the berries for the safety, but Deepshine, she knows what she's doing. She's going to listen to Beastie because Beastie knows best as well. And these will just populate the cows as quickly as possible. The problem is, though, this is a ticking time bomb. The moment Peppino Pigg comes in here, comes into your base with those horses, those very chunky mounted samurais, you're going to need to pull back. So maybe her getting the gold she needs now is so critical. And she also knows that Japanese going fast castle does give her some time to go get that second pit mine, and that's exactly what the lady is doing.
Yeah, exactly. I think the only challenge again is what we saw with French, right? The donzos are really dangerous to cavalry. And one good thing going on for Malians is that Japanese archers are not the best archers in the game unless, you know, you have your bannerman going, unless you have some upgrades and you have a little mass of them. So it's gonna be tough to play too much cavalry against donzos running everywhere. So I don't know if she's gonna choose to go Yumi in castle as well, or even maybe Onamushas.
Well, Deepshine knows that this is going to be a Monkasteer, so she invests in that wall. She's like, I know where this is going. But on Amushas, I love the mobility of those bad boys. The thing is, when you get the stable down this early, I love that it's already down. She has a little bit of extra on wood. She's not rushing the castle. She's making sure that she has everything set up to be in castle. Because there's a difference of just going castle and then being castle. So
Yeah. I think she knows she's gonna need another production building. She's already gathering the wood for that, right? So that she can decide if she's gonna make a barracks, maybe an archery range to defend the knights. So that's actually good that she has a little bank of wood.
Exactly, because now she can respond. She can keep her scout, and that's exactly what she's doing. She's putting that scout in the base. Obviously, no production buildings from Deepshine, because she's just trying to get the cows out as soon as possible and go to castle herself. But the problem with that is, you're going to need to respond to units that you are not ready to handle. Now, the scout here providing a lot of information and also just slowing down this unfortunate little wall that she's putting up. So, we do see 8 on the floating gate, so this should be pretty quickly. And as we know, instantly gets rallied into the stable so that these mounted samurais are going to be producing at the speed of light.
Yeah, but it's interesting that Malians is walling a lot. Like, a lot. She's walling everything, and you kind of trade off for units, right? She's not gonna have enough spearmen, and in the end, a little mass of knights can just burn that wall and just get inside with no trouble at all.
You see the production time with these and Yoroshiros, 12 seconds for a mounted samurai, a castle age knight with a shield. That is so powerful. And with the barracks only finishing now, she's gonna have to deal with that Donzo, that Dark Age Donzo, trying to handle a castle age knight. This guy's just gonna run right through the Donzo. We do see 2 being queued up before getting the upgrade. Very good. A really stable decision by her here. But now she needs to think about castle herself or just producing a lot more units. Because I don't think Peppino Pigg is slowing down. She just keeps queuing up more. And a second production building hasn't been dropped yet. But we'll see what the response is and if it is going to be specifically to deal with Donzos.
Yeah, the biggest problem here is since Malians decided to not do anything against Japan, is that Peppino is gonna be completely free to grab all those relics before Deepshine even drops that landmark, I think.
And she does get the first victim.
Yeah, she has nothing to deny relics or to defend herself yet. It's gonna take a minute.
And these Donzos are barely making a dent. Oh, these villagers are getting into the TC and already they're idle. They're idle. We are doing very little damage to these guys. Villagers are pulled from the wood. And this might not be a very long game at this point. Just the fact that these knights are inside the base, they can go pick up another villager. We have all these idle vills. You see 1,300 almost gold from Deepshine. She is trying to make cows, trying to make units, but right now she's just barely holding on already.
Yeah, at this point, when you have this much gold, you just move everyone from gold, make some cows and eat them, right? You don't even have to go for berries or anything. You have so much gold. Make some cows, eat them, get some units out. I don't know if she can just castle age now.
Yeah, the problem is the moment she tries to go castle, these knights will just dive her. So getting this much gold is good at a point, because what you want to do is you want to get all your upgrades the moment you hit castle as well. But now I feel like we're getting to the realm of I got a little bit too much.
Yeah.
And now my villagers are about to die because there are knights on top of them. They do get 2 more, maybe a third.
I think she wants to buy castle.
Yeah, she's definitely going to try to do that. With that market at the back, the thing is the food should be boosting her there in about 2 minutes.
Didn't finish.
She didn't finish. She's definitely frazzled. Peppino Pigg, the counter to Deepshine. Let's go smack that hammer twice more. And do we have castle, Deepshine? Do we have castle? Not yet. She keeps making Donzos.
2-3 times and yeah, she's still making Donzos.
But look who's joining the party. Onabugeisha has joined the ranks of production building. And all of a sudden, this is going to be a really difficult thing to deal with because the moment the Bugattis are in the base, they just clean up everything and try to deal with
Is she
it.
gonna see it? Is she gonna see it? That age up. She could send those knights into the villagers. No, not the spears. Go for the villagers.
She doesn't want to lose them though, and if she does send them into the villages, she needs to be careful. She needs to run around the spears, pick up as she goes. But there's a lot of Donzos. They're just doing so little damage.
I don't think she's paying too much attention. Okay, now let's go. Yeah, she could be there a bit earlier even. But
And then
more
stop that
villagers
thing
will
even
come.
more. But look at these
Yeah.
Bugattis. They're ready. They're feudal Bugattis, but feudal Bugattis still do really, really well. And
That's-
they do get another one here. The body on the floor.
That's the best timing to attack Malians, by the way, when they are aging up. I think we talked about this before, right? As soon as you see that landmark, that's when you push. Ooh, that's an unnecessary loss. Ooh, okay.
It's okay. Peppino Pigg says it's fine. I am just picking up relics around the map, bringing them closer to my side. Not too worried about this. I'm going for the late game, even if you don't want to. So Peppino Pigg, being on 1TC, does pose that threat of the late game just being a little bit hard to control, and we do see she's on external sources already. She's trying to capitalize as much as she can off of these units because the late game transition might look a little bit Monka-esque against Malians, but she does have such a good advantage right now.
Yes, she does. In villagers, in military, and untouched eco in a way. She in mobility because she has the one with the cavalry. She can go for other external food sources, right? And Malians is kind of trapped there.
And they're going to be very much stepsisters stuck back here, where things are going to be hard to deal with. The thing is, you have a few Donzos, but the rest of the boys, they're pulled forward. And the moment they move back here, you're going to struggle to have that mobility of the horses to get in and out. So let's see if these Donzos are actually going to do some work. We also need to see that upgrade, and the upgrade is coming in, but the second production building, oh, she's desperately trying to save that. She just needs to delay it by a few more seconds, just like you said earlier. That's the whole point of repairing this. We want to make sure that we can wait for our units to arrive, and oh my god, I'm clenching my butt cheeks at this point because
They make
did
it on time.
they did it.
Nice,
saved it.
nice
Bugatti's
defense.
away.
At the same time, yeah, and that's also something you want to do when you notice your opponent doesn't have cavalry, they don't have the mobility. When you attack different points of their base, as you can see, they move their entire army from one side to the other. They can't keep up, right? They can't just keep following your units here and there, but you're just gaining time for yourself as well. Meanwhile, I think Peppino could just actually even drop a dots in that lake and get that central position, drop a tower, a dock with a warship to defend the position, and all the rallied units from Deepshine, if they cross there, they're already going to be damaged.
Yeah, the great thing about most of our ranked games is that when you have a ship here, it'll do so much damage before people know how to take it down. So
Yeah.
those type of cheesy strategies that really work in Conk 1, High Diamond. So definitely something to consider. But we do see the Bugattis backing off now. The horse is going to come flanking from this side. But the second TC from Peppino Pigg is going to allow her to keep up with this Malian economy. Because as you guys can see now, income per minute, Malian has a lot more food coming in for itself because of these beautiful cows just living their best life. I don't think Deepshine realizes this, but she's back in the game.
Oh, no. That's a cemetery right there.
Yeah, Cemetery Raider. Now, the only places they're gonna get now is the spooks. That's the only place where they will find anything. These the Shinra priest, not really sure what he wants to do with this bad boy, but look at all these relics just being picked up and brought home. There's one more out there on the map, but I don't think Deepshine's going for this anytime soon.
And the horses are back inside, and we see again all the army from Malians moving from one side to the other to defend. I mean, she could just keep some of the units trying in the middle, maybe secure that deer in the front, like the position at least, and just send reinforcements, just rally reinforcements there to defend. Because otherwise she's losing just a lot of time moving the units back and forth. And that's what Peppino wants. She just wants time. She got all the relics. Yep, she got all the relics. That's what she wanted. All the relics, all the units busy, running back and forth to defend. Meanwhile, she gathers all the relics.
So these relics are so instrumental for Japanese because, guys, while yes, they do have their own, getting this much of a boost is so good. Peppino Pigg is not even going to need to think about gold for a very long time. So when these golds run out around her base, she's not going to need to make any crazy plays to get that control back. She's already in control, and she's going to be able to get all the upgrades she could ever dream of. Boys
I'm
on
not
position.
so sure about Musafari. You play Malians more than me, but I don't know if Musafari are the best choice here.
The Musafaris are pretty good against the Samurais, but I don't think they were the choice here that needed to be made either. Unless we're playing in Samurais, and as you guys can see, those are just Bugeishas. Bugeishas shredded through everything. You need more archers and you need the Donzos to deal with these mounted Samurais. So I think this might have just been an instance of her not having any wood and just trying to make any unit that she can get. So we did see the villagers having to run all the way back to the TC to drop off that wood initially. So the Safari is definitely a response by someone who was desperate.
Yeah, can we check that raid over there? Okay. At the same time, Malians is trying to deny that gold from Japanese. But Japanese is, even if they don't gather for a second until they can defend that, they are fine with the relics and with the Yorishiro as well. I think one of the Yorishiros is in the blacksmith gathering gold as well. Yep, there. So she actually has 6 relics right now. She's fine. She can go for another gold. Meanwhile, she has 600 in the bank.
The thing is, Deepshine, again, we see what we saw the previous game with her on Malians as well. She's floating 2,000 food right now. She's just not able to spend those resources. And this time, she does have more production buildings at this point of the game. But also, she doesn't have the other resources to do so. So, in this case, I feel like Peppino Pigg is technically, she's still in the driving seat, but Deepshine is kind of ahead, and she could do damage right now.
And
I
she
just don't
chose
think she knows
Yumi.
that.
She's making Yumi.
Deepshine, hello. She's coming for a little visit. So we do, the Yumis are going to be able to do really well against the Malian army. Basically, any archer unit does so well unless there are sofas. So Deepshine, where are your sofas? We've been seeing you play every Mali game. This woman has been relentless on the sofas, and this game we've seen none of them. But these boys at the front should do some damage. But Pino, if she loses this, she's going to be a little bit behind on this economy because we have that passive resource from Malians.
That's a good picking, yeah. Picking those villagers, it's really good. I see that Peppino is trying to get in again with the horses, but she has to defend some of her resources. Malians could even have destroyed those blacksmiths when they were killing the tower. And that's less relics they have, yeah, because Peppino has 2 blacksmiths with Yorishiro, making just gold for her.
Now these units are going to be easily cleaned up, but just this idle time on this is so valuable. The problem is not at the cost of all these units. Right now we see at the back as well, Deepshine is trying to defend, just making sure that the units are at the back. These guys, do they have the poison arrow upgrade? They do.
Another raid coming for Malians in the south. Yeah, oof, that's more villages, no towers to be seen. That's not good. And it's expensive for Peppino, just lost her monastery. She has to rebuild that. And if she wants to go outside for more food, she needs those towers or units defending and securing that food.
We said that she doesn't need to go out on the map to get gold, but with that being taken down, she does. And look at these Musafaris finally doing some work, showing that armored units do get shredded by them.
Definitely, the Yumi mass is getting bigger though. 30 Yumi against the Musafari. Let's see how they are gonna do against each other. Oh, come back.
With the Yumis, we're definitely going to be seeing a favorite fight for our Japanese, but the villagers just keep falling. And now Deepshine's economy is not doing too well.
Yeah, Malians is just gonna keep pumping. Now she fixed her problems with food and wood, as we can see. It's looking good for Malians.
The Malians, the economy is finally a little bit more balanced, where we might even see a little Imperial popping out from her. But Malians Imperial definitely is not that instrumental in the late game, I would say. Especially when you have this knocking at your door. The reason I say Imperial is because of the lack of units being made. And as I say that, she says, sofa time, baby. But 9 stables this time. Who's this woman? Is this Deepshine? Making production buildings?
Oh, she's gonna do the Galing build with
wild.
70 sofas to just snipe landmarks and protection.
And
Yeah,
finally,
Peppino is struggling with food now that she was pushed away from everything she had outside of the base.
and she does have farms set up, but these farms are going to get idled again and again and again. And this army here at the front from Peppino is not looking that hot. They're actually smelting here with the sofas. The moment Deepshine transitioned to sofas, the game fell on its head, I would say. That's exactly when Malians showed Malians.
Those archers without a front line was not the best move to just go outside with them. And at the same time being attacked at home. Oh, she's making a siege workshop.
She's just desperately trying to get a mangonel out because we know if you want to deal with Malians, you need a mangonel.
I mean, when you don't have enough food but you have a lot of wood and gold, what do? You make siege. Oh, the wall, the ballsy wall from Peppino. Damn, that's very optimistic.
It's a very optimistic wall, but it's also a very necessary one because the moment that Deepshine realizes, hey, this is happening, that is going to be a very costly situation to be in. Peppino Pigg might have almost all the relics. You need to drop that down, sir. But she just doesn't have the rest of the eco to sustain this. And look at those sofas just coming in hot again. Just so valuable.
Yeah, it was really sad to lose that Yumi mask because now we are getting into trouble. She is trying to transition into an Amusha now, but might be a bit late. You can't get enough numbers out that fast with sofas just standing in your base.
And the Onomushas are going to do amazing work here. Oh, look at this. This is so good from Peppino Pigg. She might not be able to stop this, but the eco damage is so significant. Thing is, significant both ways, right? She's idle, completely idle. And Deepshine is already looking slightly at Imperial with all that resources she could just hit it
in a
moment.
The mango being dropped.
Resting her Baronies.
Wololo saving? No, there's nothing to kill.
There's nothing to kill. It was just that was just the last hurrah. She needs to get these villagers out on something else now. Instead, she decides 18 of you guys are gonna build me towers. I need to get wood, and she's right. She needs wood, but she needs a lot of other things as well. And the wood at the back here might have been a better choice. We just need to get some walls up, milady.
And we still, those sofas are still killing there. Exactly. Killed some on berries that were there. That's not looking too hot.
And the moment they see
having
this,
trouble.
They'll know.
Stop. Yeah.
But Peppino Pigg, we're gonna be needing to take care of these units here at the front, hey? And the Onomushas are here. They're trying to do some damage. They're gonna be able to do well because they have that mobility if she kites them. And she's gonna kite them. There we go. There we go. The kiting has started.
Mango shots.
And it doesn't do anything too juicy, but at least it will, you know, provide for panic, I would say. Now the wall does go up, but these guys are in danger. Peppino Pigg is out on gold, and it's very far away from her base.
23 sofas running around the map, that's not something you want.
And Deepshine has that map awareness. She realizes, hey, there's something cooking here. These sofas are just going to go straight into the TC. They're going to take a little bit of firepower from the mana, but the mana doesn't hurt that much. Sofa is just going to be able to clap everything they see. But now the army is split up, so maybe this is where Peppino Pigg can get some valuable kills. Thing is, these kills are even more valuable.
Yeah, and those villagers were being rallied on that wood line near the market where the sofas were just picking them. I don't know what was the intention with those villagers just going for wood there. They don't even have a lumber camp there. I think there's another villager there with no research.
Amazing! Huge!
And just like that, we have another keep.
Another keep.
And
now
it's
that wall is not gonna happen. Oh, the archers. Whoop, whoop, surprise!
The most optimistic wall out there, and Peppino Pigg is on a ticking time bomb right now. She only has this gold and the relic gold. To be fair, she's got the relic gold, but the sofas are just providing so much mobility and just able to control this game completely. The amount of sofa plays we've seen in the last few weeks is making me a little bit more hopeful for Malians.
Yeah, it's now at a point that it's hard to keep up with the software numbers to make on a Musha, right? And she doesn't have Yorishiro in any archery range.
Yeah, that's the truth. The problem is when you are trying to produce things at the speed of light of Japan, you need that Yorishiro in there. But with enough production, you could also match it. Oh, the problem is these villages are in danger. They're in danger. Get inside your towers, boys. And they do get inside, luckily for them. But these villages, the front.
Is that a zucchini?
A zucchini? What is
Keyword.
a zucchini?
Keyword.
A keyword. Oh my goodness. So now with this mangonel, he's absolutely going to get clapped by the sofas. The sofas are struggling. These boys are just gonna be able to slap everything coming out of here. Where are the other mangonels, boys? We need you, and we need spearmen. We need everything at this point.
We are looking at 45 military against 20, and the quality of the army with the donzos is with the sofas is just better, right, than the Yumi.
So with our units that we have right now, we are gonna need to make a lot more miracles happen for Peppino's side, because now Deepshine has also transitioned into getting that one, the only, the trebuchet, and the trebuchet is gonna come knocking at the front. These units are everywhere, and she had to pull back off of these because she knew there was gonna be trouble coming. Pulled off onto the other side, but this is not a safe position either. Peppino will fall.
Look at the bank that Deepshine has right now. 4,000 gold. Yeah, she just spent making more Musafari and sofas, but she had also almost 2,000 food. It's a huge bank, and Peppino's not even producing anything right now. She has no eco upgrades. Oh, we can't see because it's Japanese. Sorry, I'm dumb.
It's okay.
I just looked at the UI
She has some eco upgrades.
I always forget that the new saves don't have that.
They are not completely fixed yet, but oh my god, look at these sofas. Oh, they're gonna see this long distance villager.
Yeah, that's the one I meant. There were a few villagers there doing chopping without a lumber camp. I don't know what happened there.
They were just vibing at that moment. Oh, look at this attack speed on these guys, though. That actually looks so cool.
I'm a Bannerman.
I could do this. I like that. But now the problem is here, this is a very scary army knocking, and Pig doesn't have anything to respond with this. The thing is, Deepshine 4,000 gold right now. This woman can do anything she wants. She can go Imperial. She can make 20 stables and make more sofas. This is her game, and she gets to decide.
It's the double military. Yeah, she has complete control. Those Yumi are not gonna be enough. They're super cool and fast. But that's not enough.
Yeah, the problem is here, we are definitely gonna struggle taking the back line down. And yes, there are units falling at the front, but these trebuchets are just gonna retreat all the way back onto the keep when the time comes. So, in this case, ensure that your sofas are pushing these back so your trebuchets don't go down. But, I mean, at this point, they need a rock.
They need a miracle.
And
yeah,
these
this
archers are attacking so fast, though. I know the Bannerman is impacting that too, but now the sofas, they do take a bit of damage. And with all the upgrades coming from... I was going to say all the upgrades coming from Deepshine, but she doesn't have even +1 yet. She's just getting the sofa upgrade.
True. So that's why the Yumi are being effective like that. Because Peppino does have the +2 ranged attack on the other hand.
Yeah, that's probably why they're actually dealing okay with these sofas. But look at the Mangonel.
Another one going down.
There's so many things pinging at the moment. She doesn't realize what's happening here in the back line. And I think Peppino Pigg is just seeing that everything is happening in her face.
Deepshine going for the stone in Peppino's base. That's just rude. Come on.
She's trying to tell Peppino, get out of here, girl.
Get out of my game, like Team says.
I'm done, sir.
Another mango's gonna go down. Oof.
Oh no. He's a distraction. Both of these players just fighting their heart out. Deepshine pushing everything. After Peppino's dominance last game, she's actually putting up the best fight. Peppino doesn't want to tap out. She knows, I want to be the best, the very best that no one ever was. And these 5 years give me this funky answer. Oh, she's holding
Yeah,
on.
she's putting up a fight, but
Holding on.
there we go.
1-1. The ladies are on to the final part. Now, guys, this is a best of 3, so we are not going to do best of 5s for this show. That will only take place later on in this event. And we see the last map is Dry Arabia. Now, Bella, did you watch The King of Dry Arabia?
Of course I did.
Okay. And what did you think about the format? Like the fact that we're just playing Dry Arabia, no bans. How are you feeling about it? Be critical if you want to.
I just love it. Although it's just one map, I feel like it's one of the maps that give you more freedom. You can literally play anything on Dry Arabia, right? Anything works. And the fact that there's no bans, it feels a little bit more relatable because of ladder. You know, you can just get any civ against you and you can play just anything. So it feels a little bit more closer to our reality playing the game. And yeah, the matchups that we saw, it was really interesting to see how those super high level skilled players, pro players, deal also in this tournament atmosphere in matchups that they are not comfortable with in tournaments, right? Because they are used to being able to ban civs they don't want to play against, or they avoid matchups that are not favorable to them. But in that scenario, everything was possible. So I think it was amazing.
Exactly. I honestly love that. I love the fact that we get to see the stuff we never get to see. And yeah, that was a big thing for me. I honestly, when Beastie told me she did King of Dry Arabia, I was like, but it's just Dry Arabia. I don't want
Yeah, but
that.
it's also one of the most balanced maps, I would say. That it's kind of standard how it looks like, and there's not so much variability, different from, I don't know, Rocky River, for example. That, you know, the player can spawn in different places, or and so on. So in a way, it also feels more balanced and fair to both of the players.
Exactly. The fact of Dry Arabia is it's the most standard map that we're going to see out there in the tournaments, which I love because this is something I learned from. And that's what I wanted to get to. I actually sit there and I study what the pros are doing on Dry Arabia to improve my play. And I'm like, oh, this is an amazing response to that. Just because you're like, oh, wow, why did I not think of this? Why didn't I not think of that? And this is something I like. And when I watch Archipelago, I just don't learn anything. I'm just sitting there waiting for things to die in front of me. Now, when we're
With that
playing...
in mind, though, I have a huge question for you. Why our tournament had migration in the map pool? Can I complain about that, lady?
The reason for migration is so that if a team wanted to pull some shenanigans, they would be rewarded for it by picking migration. But nobody had some migration shenanigans they wanted to pull. I would have loved to see just one water map, so people are forced to do so.
I think the map that the only team that picked a different map was me and Ostromia. We picked the Golden Heights.
Yeah.
It was the only one single time that something different was picked from the other maps, right?
Yeah.
And it was shenanigans, by the way. We never played that map before together, so it was just YOLO.
I thought you guys were cooking something. I was like, oh shit, we should ban this. We actually picked King of the Hill so people would think we prepared something for it, but we had no plan. We were just like, oh, fuck it, let's go try it out. Yeah.
It was just YOLO.
So
I didn't even play Mongols with her. Then I think I played like 2 games with Mongols with her. So it was just, we were having fun. It was a very fun tournament.
I'm glad. We want to do more 2v2s and we got the donations to do so. So we'll go over that a little bit later and closer to the time. But guys, I just want to quickly take the time. I'm checking my PayPal and I see we got another $60 donation for the event. Thank you so much. Actually, $53. Sorry, let me just do that correctly. So
that's amazing.
The most important for us is, I just want to again shout out the fact that this is for long COVID awareness. And it's so important that we spread the word, that we not spread the disease, but spread the word and make sure that people are informed and they know what this is about. And every little bit of money that goes towards us is actually going to the Belgian long COVID what is that thing called? Long COVID research institution. And they're going to be using all of this money to go towards research. And our donator of this tournament, which is 5k, is going to match all the donations from you guys as well. So we appreciate every single cent that goes towards this. And I just want to thank everyone who's already donated so much. It is so nice. I didn't expect to get any donations on the first weekend because we're just doing qualifiers, like tra-la-la. But thank you guys. I really appreciate this from you guys. It is amazing. Now, before we get into our next game, I would like to again go over who our people are going to be in the event so that people know what to expect in 2 weeks. So, as everyone here can see, our Mixed Masters tournament, which is $2,000, part of the $2,000 part of this tournament, is going to be with Beastie, Marine Lord, Anatan, Kiliari, Papi Paul, Louis, Boltoon, and Wham. Now, the girls who are already qualified and are ready to roll are Bella, Nostromia, me, Lyra, Deepshine, and Peppino Pigg. So this is going to be an absolute destruction. I'm really excited for it because we get to play with the best of the best in a top team gamer style tournament. And you guys know, top team gamer was a damn blast because that means Bella gets to play with Beastie, Marine Lord, all of them, every single one of them. And may the best Whammons and Mannons win. So this is definitely a first of its kind, and we want to make sure to, you know, get people excited about these things happening going forward. Also, what's very, very important, Rich Chat, and that's what we're going to discuss right now, is I need you guys to remember every view that you give this channel is also contributing, because what we're doing on this channel is we're trying to prove to Microsoft that we can start a channel from scratch and that female events have viewership, that we can get females into the funding pool of Relic. So guys, we need to make sure that these events have the support. We don't need your money, we need your eyes. And even if you're putting it on the backside, just make sure that you are keeping an eye on these events. Now, Askelad, could you please link your tournament in the chat as well? And guys, if you are not a Whammon, but you do want to take part in events that are for, you know, your rank, there is another organization that most people know of, Rising Empires, and they are doing these low ranking tournaments. Some of the Whammons from Whammons League, they do play there, and I'm really happy they do, but I know that this is an event that is quite difficult to fill up because low ranking events don't always get the viewers. But guys, look at us right now. I don't know how many viewers we're on. I'll be honest. I do not want to open. I don't care. I don't look at viewers because I want to see after when I get the stream summary. That would be very nice. So guys, thank you for everyone who is here. Whammon just called us low ranked. Yes, if we're Conqueror, if we're not Conqueror 7, we're all low ranked, brother. We're all low ranked. So guys, just wait for the link that will be posted in the channel very, very soon by Askelad, so that you can go and sign up yourself as well. So you can go and play low elo legends, you know. So Beastie sniping on the viewers, that's perfectly fine. The whole point of this is just to have our female qualifier. The real event is where we need people to be. So, anyway, guys, let's get into our game. The final showdown, Byzantines versus Abbasid. So, what will be the dominating civ today? Now, what we see here is Peppino Pigg going for the Abbasid. Now, Peppino is a very avid Abbasid player. She's pretty comfortable in this, especially dealing with a civilization like Byzantines that is quite dominating in most of the places.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Bella.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm drinking a lot of water.
Oh, that makes sense. The throat gets dry, doesn't it?
I don't know how you do it. Oh my god, it does. It starts to hurt. I don't know how you don't have to go to the toilet every 5 minutes as well.
Oh, that's just training. Remember, I'm from Africa, so whenever you go to a public restroom, it is really scary. And now I live in Serbia. It's equally scary here for bathrooms. Oh, guys, while we're in the start of the game, let me tell you guys about Serbian bathrooms. When you
Oh,
come
no.
to Serbia and you're on the bus or you need to go to the bus station, the bus stations don't have normal toilets. They have those where you like need to squat over them. And it's still very common, but you pay to use the squatting toilets, which is the crazy part. So when my grandma came to visit me in Serbia the first time, I was like, oh, we can stop at the bus station and quickly go to the bathroom. And she went in there and she's like, Marijke, I am not squatting. And it was very funny. My grandma had to squat in the end. So shout out to you, Grandma, for using the Serbian squat Slav toilets. I appreciate it. What about you,
Oh my
Bella?
God.
How would you feel about squatting in the first world?
I mean, I don't think I care as much. I would be feeling so sorry for my grandmother. I don't think my grandmother would even be able to. She had some knee issues, and she totally wouldn't be able to do that. But yeah, the good thing about Europe is that people are more active here
Oh,
than in
yes.
Brazil. There we depend on cars for everything, so people are more sedentary. And I would say older people are still able to squat, but I think that's that's what we can take off this information, right?
And this means we're getting to the last game of the tournament of the day, which is why we have completely lost it. Oh, I lost it, Bella. I'm sorry, I dragged you into this. But yeah, guys, we have a hippodrome. And I don't know how I feel about this. Deepshine just going back to her roots. She doesn't care about the OB Byzantinas. She's just like, let me make some horses. So we can get the show on the road. Deepshine in her early game. Bella?
Yeah.
Do you play Byzantines?
Yeah.
What? Oh. And how are we feeling about a hippodrome opening?
I always tend to go for cavalry, so I can't say that I don't like that. I do like the choice of going for some horsemen. And especially with the landmark, right? You get fortitude is Ottomans.
Yeah.
You get, what's the name of the skill?
Which
that you
one?
can activate in the landmark, so your horses get healed and get that bonus. Yeah, we are gonna check.
We're
in
gonna
a
find
second.
out soon. Yeah, I
Yeah.
have no idea either, so don't worry. I don't know what it's called and I play it all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Some stuff it's just automatic, right? You just know what to do, know what to use. Anyway, it's gonna make for some very good horses. It's gonna give her some map control, and at the same time might trap a Bassett a little bit with the archers and spearmen. Probably she has to go for some spearmen early in the game. But with military school coming up, oh, and the horsemen also don't do that bad against the camels as well. So you can keep up with the speed from them, right, and all that stuff. So it's a. Can you check it on V? What's the name?
Oh, the V. Oh,
No,
trapezites.
no, the other one. V.
Oh, V.
Letter
V.
V.
Oh, V. Triumph.
Triumph.
I'm
Thank
like,
you.
what are English letters? I'm sorry.
Yeah. I noticed that. Okay, Triumph. So that's also good for picking up some villagers. And she's already getting that juicy upgrade to get some money from killing the villagers. So she is going for aggression. That's the typical Deepshine, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a Deepshine special, I would say. And I don't know how to pronounce that word, but it was something like expoliar this. So
Yeah,
we're just
that-
going to call it Gold Villager Giver. So Gold Villager Give upgrade is definitely something Deepshine would go for because she is a woman of culture. She likes to raid. She likes to play Night Civ. She likes to raid. She is a destroyer. But there are some friends in your base, Miss Deepshine. How are we going to handle these?
Yeah, there is.
Now, Peppino Pigg waited a little bit so that the archers were going to be in position to do extra damage, but now she needs to be careful with the horses. Oh, look at Deepshine. She is going to be able to get one
20
villager.
gold. Oh, 20
Income,
gold.
baby.
In the wallet. Yeah, I mean, if she, I don't, is she going back on gold? No, she's not, right? Yeah, she doesn't have to. I was going to say that. I don't know if she has to go back on gold immediately. She has 100 gold in the bank. She can get some upgrades if she chooses to. And she also has the benefit of using Akritoi if she has to against those few little units that are annoying around her base. I love it. Whenever one horseman comes to my berries as Byzantines, I just activate the Akritoi and I surround that horseman and I stick the stick in it. I
Yes.
love it.
You make kebab, horse kebab, yes.
Exactly. I love those juicy villagers from Byzantines. So you can feel a bit safer and have your units outside just raiding, right? You get that different level of safety in your eco.
The thing what I'm really surprised about is how much this upset Peppino Pigg's plan to go to TC. We see she had to pull off, and she's not being silly like I would go for the second stone, because she's a really smart and strong woman who makes very good decisions, and I'm very glad she does, because this just means she's able to adjust, she's able to adapt, and she's popped down 3 military production buildings. But the problem is, she doesn't really have the food to sustain this at the moment. So with the amount of units she has, this is great, but it's really lucky for her that Deepshine has not come in a little bit harder. But we do see she goes for the Longbowman contract, which is a very good choice against the Abbasid player. She should be able to get the stone she needs to go for that second TC, and she already has the wood in the bank. So these units backing out just gave her that chance to get back in it.
Ooh, she almost microed she almost did a perfect micro with the horseman, but the sacred side does mess up a little bit the pathing. You never want to take fights too close from mine sources like stone and gold or sacred sites. It just mess up the pathing. You, even if you had good intention of saving units, you might lose them. But it was a good try though.
Yeah,
I noticed that.
Definitely a very, very solid try at getting those down, but they both lose a few units though, so it's not a clean one for Deepshine out of all of this. Each of them losing a horse. The horses are expensive, you know? But now the second TC is at the back, and I love this TC placement. We know that usually the second TC goes on top of food, which is gonna be important because Deepshine is aggressive now. She's making longbows, so the food sources are gonna be denied. But the gold is also very important. And if Peppino Pigg is able to do a farm transition at some point, she's gonna be perfectly safe having these 2 TCs at the back.
I don't think Deepshine wants to make more units though. She moved everyone she had from wood. She only has 4 now. And she has 15 on food, 5 on gold. That can indicate that she's already looking forward to some Castle Age gameplay there.
And I mean, when you're Byzantines, you know that you do really well in Castle, but I know that a lot of people, a lot of the pros that I've spoken to as well, they usually say that you don't go to TC against Byzantines. They will destroy you. And I think Deepshine should be aware of this. There's just such good ability from Byzantines to shut down 2TC, because their rams are made of actual steel. Those rams are just going to do so much work in taking down a second TC. What's lucky for Peppino is that it is such a safe second TC. So this is in Deepshine's hands. Does she want to go balls to the wall? And with her getting the +1 upgrade, I honestly think Deepshine's gonna go for the kill here.
Yeah, if she wants to go for the kill, she definitely needs some more on wood to make more units and even to drop more farms if that's how she wants to play with to get some oil.
Now, a lot of people see oil as the nice to have, not the I need to get this. And that's what I'm thinking is happening here. Deepshine says, I don't need to transition to farms yet. I just need to get other food sources. And that means she's getting survival techniques on the deer. So this is a type of playstyle you don't see from everyone, but definitely from some players who are like, I can just use pure food, make more horses, and take over. I don't need to focus that hard on getting the olive oil. And she is getting the olive oil, a little bit. So it's not giving that same value, but she's definitely making her main army composition just from pure food, just like you would do with Ottomans, if you're not going for military schools.
Yeah, definitely. I think she went for that deer there. I think I would have gone for the berries in the corner even first before the deer. Because especially if I want to go castle, I want to save the food for the castle. And it looks like that's what she wants to do. She's not making units, right? And therefore you can make more units out of oil and you don't use the oil for your castle wage or for age up. So that would be a way of saving resources. Yeah, she really wants that deer. She's dropping a tower there even. She's switching a lot into wood. I don't know if she changed her mind. Maybe she changed her mind in the last minute. Oh, but that's not good.
That's going to be a very tough raid to contest. The thing is, they don't even have the activation here, because there's no There's no cistern. Are they going into range to then? No. She's pulling them back. She just wants them to live.
Activate Akritoy! Akritoy!
Does
They get armor!
Oh,
Click, 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 click! No.
that's very helpful information, guys. If you need a coaching, Bella, right here.
Even if you just want to run out, she couldn't fight that with the villagers, right? But you increase the armor of the villagers so they can take more hits before getting it into the TC, so it's just extremely useful. And one of the mistakes from Deepshine there was all of her army was just sitting in front of Peppino's base, doing nothing. And instead, she could have some units to defend the food sources that she wants to go towards instead. Once that's safe, you move your army. But before you get that safe, you need to defend. Especially as the higher the rank, the smaller the chance that you're gonna go for that external food without being punished for it.
Yeah, the problem is people at this rank are starting to become very aggressive, and we see that the fact that they can defend and attack. Peppino Pigg instantly pulled back. She knew that this was coming though because they were burning at the gates, you know. So very, very nice pickup here. And now with these horses just destroying everything here, Peppino just doesn't have that army to replenish just yet. The thing is, she has a villager advantage, but with Byzantines getting that passive resource, Deepshine is okay, and we see she's more than okay. She's going for the chiropractor because she wants to crack her back wide open.
Yeah, she changed her mind. She added a lot of people on wood now, and we can see that's because she wanted to drop the ramps. But I think it might be a little bit too much, or she's not making enough units. It's starting to accumulate some wood there. Let's see how many ramps she's gonna make. Okay, the wood just disappeared. Oh, she dropped. She could have instead made another ram. I think I would like that more. She's fine with the... Yeah, she dropped the only farms there. Eesh.
Ooh, and the problem is now, oh, look at all those sweet 20s coming through. And another one maybe as well. Oh, another one. The 20s are just popping in like dollar bills. And the chiropractor breaking open the back of the blacksmith. Rest in pieces.
Oh, yeah. And now she has a lot of gold. She has enough gold for a job, but not enough food. Is she gonna continue? It feels to me that Deepshine is not really certain of what she wants to do there with the resources. She potentially could do a very good push there if she had spread the villagers a little bit better, but she wants to go castle now. She has a resource for castle, but she's attacking. Like, what do you do? Do you fall back? Do you have the advantage? You know, it feels a bit, she's not sure, I feel like.
I think for a while she didn't know, but this is one of the strategies that we keep seeing, even from the top players, that they attack, they fake their all-inning, so that the opponent is forced to make units, but they don't fully commit, because they know they need to lose as few as possible units. But now, she forced the army split up, and now these guys need to go back, so she's gonna have to keep making units, and Peppino Pigg is gonna be stuck in feudal for quite a while, and the Golden Horn Tower has been dropped, so now those free units are going to come into. And the key is here, she just can't lose too much. But with the damage that she's done, she could actually just come out ahead anyway. 27 idle right now, Peppino Pigg just desperately trying to use every ounce of resource to survive. But you guys can see this chiropractor, like I said, cracking things wide open. This is not going to look too good. She does have the wood to repair this, but she doesn't have the units to fight this off. She's desperately trying to repair that thing. Oh, goodbye, villager. 20 gold. The chiropractor does get some.
Yeah, the TC stays alive. I don't know, I don't think I would have done this push. Like, she lost almost everything she had. She lost 10 longbows, if I'm not mistaken. And she lost half of her... I think she lost all of them, she just remade a few. But the problem with Peppino is that the TC on gold was very defensive, and she's kind of struggling to sustain both of them plus units production. She's struggling with food right now. So she is really behind now that Deepshine is in castle, and her eco is relatively untouched, right? And she has more villagers even, despite Peppino on 2 TC.
Yeah, well, when you kill 29 villagers, that is something you can walk away with proudly as well. The thing is, I'm smelling something stinks, and it smells like Corvinus. I don't know, Corvinus recently mentioned, or Beastie mentioned to me, that Corvinus likes to go mass cataphract the moment he hits castle in his Byzantine matchups, because nobody knows what to do against it. And I know Corvinus is very involved in the community, and I'm trying to just sniff out whether this was cooked by Corvinus or is this a Deepshine special.
Yeah. I think we had some, like, I think Corvinus was coaching some of the girls, right? And including, yeah.
But Corvinus, no. Okay, Deepshine does go for more horses, but that just might be because of the gold restriction. And keep in mind, guys, she gets to activate these abilities that come from the Hippodrome specifically. So these horses are not just normal horses. They are horses with special, special things they can do. So let me just quickly switch the player view. Oh, wrong one. Never mind. I don't know which button to click. I've messed it up. So it's fine. And right now the Cataphracts are going to get on top of these archers, and Peppino Pigg, thinking that she needs to push out, might just lose so much of her army right now. So
yeah, is she gonna use the she does. Beautiful. Those archers are eliminated from this game.
And it feels like she does need to target fire the horses, and she does try to. She's trying to get as much damage done as she can, but you should be attack moving. You need to buy yourself some time, girl. Keep them in their base because they're going to transition to yours any moment, and that's exactly what Deepshine is doing. Deepshine is ready to come, attack, snag, and take out everything else that Peppino Pigg has ever hoped to keep. And those are the villagers that are no longer alive. Hello, villager, my old friend. You have died next to the tower again. I want to see if you can see the body. Yeah.
Rough situation for Peppino now.
Now, these Cataphracts are not going for deeper aggression, but they are definitely asserting dominance over this mill. This mill doesn't know what hit it. All it knows is fire. And right now, the Cataphracts are firing it up. Now, Peppino is nowhere near being ready for this type of aggression. We see she's going for Camel Arch. She went for, but she cancelled the bad boys. I think she's going for Castle. She's like, oh, let me cancel all my units. I'm going Castle. So the problem is, you don't have the income to do this. This is the last of your berries, milady. And after that, is she gonna go for? I don't know what she can go for. I think she's dead.
Doesn't have the units either to go Castle. How if Deepshine attacks when she's going Castle? What does she do?
Panic.
Yeah, exactly.
Panic, that's it.
That's the best thing she can do. I don't see how she can get out of this.
Yeah, this is now just tick tick tock, and unfortunately, it might be the end for Peppino here. She's desperate to just cling on to those berries, but honestly, I don't know, Peppino. You are holding on to a dream here, my lady, and farms might be a better choice in this case. And she realizes. She says, hey, let me get a few of those. But the problem is they won't sustain her through all of this. Now we also have one Byzantine ram knocking down at the front, and guys, one is enough to take down most things. So Byzantines and their rams just ready to take the fight.
Yeah, she has the resources to make even more if she wants to. So if she so desires to see more villagers being barbecued in front of her horses.
Oh, look at all these 20 golds just trying to get the food back to the mill. 20 gold. 20 gold.
Yeah.
20 gold.
It's sad when the villagers turn into literally mining camps, right? Mining gold sources.
Yeah. The gold, let's go to gold per minute. Let's see how much she's getting from killing vills. Very nice, very nice. Boosting every single time a kill comes through. Another one.
Those horses are trapped though. They're gonna die, but they did their job.
I see Kathy saying Deepshine always saving some resources for bad times. Deepshine, she is saving these resources for any time she prefers. Honestly, she could do anything she wants. This woman is in control. She's in the driving seat. With 25 longbows as well, anything that comes out is just going to get destroyed because these are also veteran longbows. Peppino, the writing's on the wall, girl. It's time to click surrender before you let all these villagers die in vain. And you know how these scream. They're ready to fight.
Ooh. I just stop this now.
Yeah, we're just watching a destruction at this point. Rest in pieces, villagers. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Deepshine just doesn't stop. Look at that ram min-maxing. She's attacking the TC, but at the same time getting the archer range because of the fire. And getting the stable. That is pretty 5-head.
That ram is so broken, isn't it?
It's cooked. And it's cooking.
It's cooking. It's cooking some buildings and people.
And people. Oh, look at these guys. They're just so desperate. Everyone is desperate. They just want to kill something. Peppino, lady! Let's fast forward.
Short and just suffering.
Yeah, that was quite the suffering, I must say. The poor boys tried their best, and they came out not ahead, but in a complete destruction. Peppino Pigg did look very confident in the first game. But guys, keep in mind, it's quite late for Peppino as well. I also wanted to say thank you, Bitterlin, for the $20-something donation.
$1,000.
Yeah, $20,000. 20,000 duders coming out. Let me just quickly transition back. I realized I forgot to press the button because this is my very professional production brought to you by Whamenqt from the Whamenqts. There we go. And ladies and gentlemen, that was it. Thank you also for the sub. Appreciate it. Guys, that is it. We have our ladies. The qualified Whamenqts for the event as we see on the screen. Now, Bella, who are you most excited to play with?
With all of them. What?
All of them.
I mean, I can say the least though. I'm really, really worried how the games with Louis are gonna go because no Discord, no communication. That can be tough. When he's playing with other pro players, they kind of know what to do, right? Instinctively. But since it's us and them, of course, the skill is quite different, and we need to communicate. Like, do you want me to go here? Do you need this unit? Do I defend it? You know, you need to. We need to support them in a way. I feel like our role is more supportive to their gameplay. I mostly say from playing. I play quite a lot with Sass, which is a very good player as well, and that's mostly our dynamic, right? I support him. I make the archers if he makes the knights, and always supporting in defending the area, the map for us, and you know, that's how we usually play, and I feel like that's how it's gonna play with the girls and the top players. And with Louis might be a little bit challenging. I'm not saying by any means that he's not a good player. Again, it's just the communication issue that can be challenging. On the other hand, I just played the 2v2s with Nostromia, and she's also just learning English. It was very soothing in a way. I had to use simple words or not talk much during the game and filter everything I say, you know, try to make my English very understandable. But so it can be kind of similar experience, but I don't know, without the Discord, without saying anything at all, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
At least.
That's usually the thing that I think is going to be quite different here as well, because with the pro players, they have to fill the holes the other ones cannot get to, you know? But with us, we might not be able to raid another pro. So I feel like
exactly.
It might just be a 2v1 on the Whamenqt that just keeps coming so that they can get the weaker player to panic. But we'll see how this plays out. It's definitely going to be different from what we saw with the top team gamer, but still, I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be a destruction.
I'm really looking forward. I think it's going to be super cool to have this experience.
Yeah, same. Oh, yes. And guys, this is starting in 2 weeks. Next week, there's going to be King of the Rockies. Also, the qualifiers for the male part of the second part of the tournament. Guys, it's complicated. So, in 2 weeks, we will be having the Mixed Masters. In 1 week from now, the male qualifier happens for a different part of the event. So, 2 weeks from now, Mixed Masters. 2 weeks are... Oh, in 3 weeks from now, we have the final that is just the pro circuit. That is what the male qualifier is for next week. So then there's going to be the top 16 players competing against one another to get there. So Deepshine says, am I the only one with an advantage when I play with Louis? If you find a way to communicate with Louis, Deepshine, because he's in China, and I don't know if you can join the Chinese voice channels. Probably. No, he speaks English, just not as much, you know?
I mean, but they can't even talk in game, right? Type in the chat in Chinese and stuff. So
But she speaks, she types in traditional Chinese. Louis is not going to understand her if she types in traditional Chinese. Because in Taiwan, they use traditional, but in the mainland, they use the simple pinyin. So, right, unless she can do simplified, which I assume she can. She can do everything. God, that woman is
She
scary.
can do anything. We all can do anything.
So, Bella, I just wanted to ask, are you going to stream now? Or you dead?
I was planning, yes, but I didn't know I was going to be with you for so long. I haven't eaten anything today. I can't. I have to go grab some food, actually, before I can do anything.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to check so I know where to send the raid. Then I'll send it over to KP. They're hosting the tournament Ascending Kingdoms over there, guys. Thank you so much for joining. And thank you, Bella, for casting. It was great.
Thank you for having me. That was an amazing experience.
We'll see you next time as well. So, guys, go enjoy the tournament. Until later. Okay.